Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills commons, resuming debate at second reading on Bill C-19, ending the Long Gun Registry Act, resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
L'honorable député de Gaspé.
The honourable member for Gaspé, Ile de la Madeleine, has 9 minutes remaining to finish. 9 minutes. Thank you very much. I'd like to give a little reminder of what I said yesterday, because I don't think that the MPs who were here yesterday who are here now heard. So we're talking about the bill which is before us. We have to understand that the gun registry protects women, it protects our cultural communities, it protects gays and the disadvantaged in Canada. I can't believe that we're really thinking of abolishing the gun registry. I would like to remind the House why there is a gun registry. What motivated Canadians and Quebecers to create the gun registry? On December 6th, 1989, 14 women were killed at the Polytechnic School in Montreal. Mr. Speaker, I was there during that event. I remember the vigil. I remember the faces of the people that night. We couldn't believe that 14 women were dead. And why? Because a man felt that he was being emasculated. It's absolutely incredible. That night, I remember the faces of my colleagues, their shock, their anger. I remember my numerous colleagues and Montrealers who had come together at the Polytechnic, the women who went to the University of Montreal, the vigil where everyone was asking the same question: why? What happened? Have we really understood that Marc Lepine really felt so emasculated that he had to kill 14 women? We remember that Marc Lepine had left a note that night. He had said, and I quote, "Please note that I am killing myself today. It's not for economic reasons, but for political ones, because I have decided to send to the kingdom of death feminists who have always spoiled my life, ruined my life." And it's this event that inspired the creation of the gun registry. We remember before the gun registry was created, there was another massacre in Montreal. 4 of his colleagues were killed at Concordia. I was there too. He killed 4 of his colleagues. They're dead. Now I want to repeat their names. President of the department, Professor Matthew Douglas, Professor Jane Sieber, and the president of the Teachers Union at Concordia, Michael Hugden. Mr. Fabricant killed them because he felt that he was not sufficiently supported by his colleagues. And had the registry been in place at the time, we could believe that perhaps these people would still be alive today. And had we known that Mr. Fabricant who was walking around the University of Concordia for a couple of weeks, possibly with a long gun, had we known that he was dangerous, and if the police had had access to the registry, had they known that he had a weapon, I don't think those people would have died. The registry has a reason for existing. The government has the obligation to control unrestricted weapons. This is the population are opposed to the elimination of this registry, as well as the police officers who are responsible for ensuring the safety of people. This government says that it wants to make people safer, send criminals to prison, is taking away from those who are responsible for our safety a precious tool with which to do their jobs. And we can remember the fraternity of the police officers in Montreal. President told us last week that 12 of the 14 police officers killed recently, 12 were killed with long guns. The gun registry is useful. As of the 30th of September 2011, the Canadian Gun Registry has been used 17,000 times a day, over 17,000 times a day. In my riding of Gaspé, Magdalen Islands, the police officers have confirmed that they consult the registry on a daily basis. The Sûreté of Quebec, the Quebec police, consult the registry every single time the police go out on a call for death threats, for assaults and battery, for suicide attempts. We can never count the number of lives that have been saved in the Gaspé region due to the response provided by the Sûreté du Québec police officers or RCMP officers in consultation with the registry. The Conservatives can't calculate those numbers. What will the Conservatives members say to youth protection workers, paramedics and nurses? Will they apologize for putting their lives in danger? Mr. Speaker, could I just have a little idea of how much time I have remaining? 3 to 4 minutes. Thank you very much. Perfect. So, again, very briefly, the government will probably not apologize to them because it rejects their concerns, just as it rejects the opinion of victims groups, the majority of which continue to support them, the gun registry being maintained. The government is going even further by destroying the long gun registry data that currently exists. This government was elected to represent all Canadians, and it's playing with this people's safety for partisan reasons. As the official opposition, we have proposed other options to this government. We had made proposals that would have allowed Mr. Harper and his members to compromise. We also want to respond to the concerns of the Aboriginal and rural peoples, but we also want to ensure that police forces have the tools they need to ensure the safety of our communities. In 2010, the NDP had made a number of suggestions to fix the problems related or associated with the registry. Mr. Layton, the former MP, Mr. Layton, wanted to build bridges between the urban and rural people, and he had proposed decriminalizing the failure to register a gun during a first offense. The previous versions of the bill allowed companies to keep an inventory of the sales of long guns, but this bill doesn't contain such provisions. The government has rejected those proposals and prefers to divide Canadians in urban and rural regions, and yet stopping violence is a priority for Canadians who live both in the rural regions as well as in urban centres. There is no good reason to explain this stubbornness. In Quebec, a study by the Public Health Institute estimates that over 2,100 lives have been saved since the implementation of the gun registry. On average, 1 out of 3 women killed by her husband has been shot. Most of these victims were killed with a rifle or a long gun that was legally obtained and held. Mr. Speaker, why does the government want to reduce ways for us to control guns in addition to eliminating the registry? There is no measure in this bill to make sure that guns will be transferred to those with valid permits. In all aspects, this bill is illogical. It goes against the values and the demands of Canadians. I would ask the Conservative members to come back to reason and change their decision. We're talking about everyone's future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite, not surprisingly, just contradicted himself. He was telling us, trying to convince us that registering firearms would keep people from using them in violent crimes, and now he just says that so many women that were shot by their husbands was with a registered firearm. So on the one hand, he's saying that the gun registry will stop this, and the other hand, he's saying that crimes are committed with registered firearms. So which way is it? There is no evidence that registering a firearm will stop someone from committing a crime with it. And, but to have two positions on the same issue is quite confusing, and that's probably why their continued support of this firearm registry is confusing, because they do not have a particular position that's logical. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Gaspé, Île-de-la-Madeleine.
Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his comments. The rate of murders in situations of conjugal violence since the registry has been put in place has dropped by 50%. We've saved lives. We've saved innumerable lives with the registry. The fact that there continues to be violence in conjugal situations is unfortunate, and I don't think we can ever claim that we could ever put a complete stop to it. However, the registry has been proven to be effective, has proven to reduce the amount of murders in this country, and we are pleased to see that the registry is used by the police in order to defend women in situations where they are likely to be victims. And I don't see any contradiction in thinking that at $4 million a year, even to save one life, I think is worth it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his treaty on war, Sun Tzu said that the most important aspect when we are on a military campaign is information. And when he talked about that, it wasn't with regard to destroying the enemy. On the contrary, it was saving it the most as possible and having a decisive victory. With regard to the guns, this is essential information for the police to protect their own lives, protect the lives of loved ones whose partners or loved ones own guns, and others. After listening closely to my esteemed colleague, could he explain why the Conservative government wants to deprive our police officers of such important information that could save so many lives and avoid so much damage? The Honourable Member for Gaspé, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Yes, thank you, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments. They're appreciated. It's really difficult to understand the reasons why the Conservatives did not want to consider the opinions of our police officers across Canada. On many occasions, the Police Chiefs Association and the Fraternity of Police Officers in Montreal were telling us that the gun registry is useful. It saves lives. It saves their lives because they are on the front line and their lives are in danger. They're here to protect us, and they're being told that their lives are not important enough to provide them with all the tools they need to save their lives. These people are here to save our lives in domestic violence situations, as my colleague opposite had mentioned. When there is domestic violence, the police officers are there to help women whose lives are in danger. Police officers have told us numerous times that the gun registry is needed. At $4 million a year, it's worth keeping, and I had asked the question, how much does a life cost? Thank you.
And comments, questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to the previous question posed by the government member with regard to the fact that he wondered why we should have a gun registry if it didn't prevent some criminal crimes from being committed. And yet we heard during the debate on C10 the opposite argument from the government, that is, that mandatory minimums would help victims by preventing and by proving to dissuade criminals from committing crimes. And I would like to know how the member for Île-de-la-Madeleine sees this contradiction that the Conservatives seem to be making between C10 and the arguments that have been brought forward there and the gun registry. The Honourable Member for Gaspé, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, and once again I want to thank my colleague for his comments. It is a clear contradiction We want to save $4 million a year with this gun registry, and yet they're going to spend an unknown amount, a huge unknown amount, to open new prisons across Canada. I understand that this might create some jobs, and I'm happy for the corrections officers. I was a teacher, and I even have taught some of them, and so I would say hi to them now. But with regard to prisons, and why do they want to create prisons, and yet they don't want to provide the tools that already exist to help save the lives of Canadians? Well, honestly, I don't understand. We have tools that are sufficient. We don't need to burden the criminal code with new laws that will mean that people who commit crimes will have harsher sentences. I don't see how a harsher sentence will save the life of a woman who's already dead. However, with the gun registry, we can prevent the death of that woman. We can avoid a trial. We can prevent a man who would shoot somebody from shooting others, because often these situations are deadly.
Questions et commentaires? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another aspect with regard to the police officers and the extent to which the registry can be useful to draw a parallel between the licensing of cars. We all know that the information contained in the registry allows, in the case of a hit and run, if somebody is hit by a car, then the person driving the car can be found, and I imagine that the police officers can use this as an additional tool in their investigation. It's a good source of information in order to be able to reconstruct the crime and to be able to prove that the gun that was used was which one it was. I can imagine that this is an important tool for the police officers in helping to conduct their investigations and protect lives. So why not give our police officers the means to do their jobs instead of depriving them of those means? And the Honourable Member.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie. Thank you for your comment. All tools must be available to our police. They must be preserved and even improved. I think that the gun registry could be improved, but it has been useful from the perspective of the police. And we listen to all of the stakeholders in terms of improving it. However, the people who are affected by this bill are the most disadvantaged, the people who are targeted, and that has to be taken into consideration if we intend to do away with the registry. We are going to endanger the lives of countless numbers of Canadians, and that is altogether unacceptable. The police are aware of this, and they've said it many times that this registry must be maintained. We want to save the lives of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Scrapping the registry will only do the opposite. We will imperil particularly women, but also gay people and cultural communities. All of those people are wondering almost unanimously what we are doing here, Mr. Speaker. We're going to save $4 million a year, and it will be costly.
Débat. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Caribou, Prince George. And Mr. Speaker, it's with considerable respect for the people of my riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke that I rise today to speak in support of this legislation that will finally scrap the long gun registry. Of all the issues I'm called upon to stand up for the people of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, no issue produces more an emotional reaction from constituents than the Liberal long gun registry. And I'm pleased to acknowledge the many farmers and hunters who've stood by my side on this issue. We never doubted that one day we would be successful. This legislation is their victory. This issue has been a very long road for me, from when I sat down for the first time in Calabogie in the Buckhorn restaurant and had all the faults of Bill C-68, which is now what we refer to as the Liberal Long Gun Registry, clearly explained to me in detail. For all those of us who've been on the front line in opposition to the Long Gun Registry in Parliament, our leader has always been the member from Yorkton, Melville in Saskatchewan, who was helped by his very capable assistant, Dennis Young. In 2003, the member from Yorkton Melville shared this stage with me at a meeting at the Renfrew Armories, where there were over 900 farmers and hunters came, and they wanted to show their support for our efforts to scrap the Long Gun Registry. Some say the meeting was so hot that the heat spilled outside when a vehicle spontaneously burst into flames in the parking lot. All Canadians owe him a great debt of gratitude. Thank you on behalf of all of us. Thank you. The end of this odious registry is almost near, and in no small part to his efforts. At my home riding, I've been assisted in the fight for freedom and the right to own private property by people like Donald Broom of Cobden, who has been one of the most articulate opponents of the Liberal Long Gun Registry in my riding. Mr. Broom very early identified the highly undemocratic deficiencies of Bill C-68 that raised the ire of all reasonable Canadians. His treatise, A Nation of Sheeple, listed for publication the 11 violations of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms inherent in Bill C-68, such as the constitutional right to secure against unreasonable search and seizure, the right against self-incrimination, and the constitutional right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. People like Mr. Broom in my riding recognized that the opposition to Bill C-68 was more than about just the Long Gun Registry. From Westmeath, I sincerely thank Mr. Ron Wilson. Like Donald Broom, Ron Wilson's thoughtful analysis of the faults of the Liberal Long Gun Registry was powerful ammunition to use against our detractors. Ron opposed misinformation from our opponents with facts, and so he never lost an argument. I thank all the members of the Pembroke Outdoor Sportsmen's Club, and indeed all the sportsmen in clubs across Renfrew County for their unwavering support. Their trust was well placed. Over the years, many more would enlist in the fight to get rid of the Liberals and their Long Gun Registry. Thank you to international champion marksman Scott Murray from Arnprior, Frank Green from Combermere, Al Groves and the now-deceased Carmen Greer in Beachburg, Larry Gaffney, who has also passed away, from Deep River, Calvin McLaughlin at Haley Station, Ray Brisbois of Chalk River, Ken O'Day and our dearly departed Harry Haley from Eganville, Norm Lentz in Palmer Rapids, Ian Fiddler, Petawawa, Stan Pekoski, and all the members of the Renfrew County Landowners Association, Graham Fott, who we know is Fuzzy in Pembroke, Phil Conway, Barry's Bay, and the folks who run the Eganville Gun Show, Kellard Witt from Allison Fraser, and Garnet Krantz from Killaloe. And I hope that Garnet doesn't think he's going to be deleted from my speed dial, because we still have much to do. Mr. Speaker, I could go on and on. On a very cold winter night, word went out that the Liberal Long Gun Registry Minister was making a visit to support a provincial candidate from my riding and from his party. A few phone calls later, in short order, and a welcoming committee of sportsmen was assembled outside the hall. He was attending to make sure, and they intended to make sure that he got the message that they wanted the Long Gun Registry scrapped. I received calls for days afterwards from across Eastern Ontario from disappointed hunters who would like to have joined in the protest. The sentiment against the Liberal Long Gun Registry spread across rural Ontario. And I can state, without a doubt, that the crescendo of the first campaign I was elected as the MP for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke was that night at an all-candidates meeting at the Pembroke Outdoor Sportsmen's Club. My opponent, who was the local representative for the Liberal Long Gun Registry, told the packed crowd that was jammed in the meeting that the Long Gun Registry was here to stay, so they better get a life. Well, everyone in the room that night, and it would turn out the majority of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke voters, resolved to give the Liberal Long Gun Registry and all its supporters a taste of defeat. In a later election, on the very same stage, when one of our country's finest veterans, George Tompkins, asked a question about the gun was established in Ontario in Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Along with my colleague in the riding of Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington, we represented a grassroots movement for private property rights that is now represented across the province and in the legislature of Ontario. I'm proud to confirm that the landowners movement started in Renfrew County, and from here it spread across the province. Who knew that the role that would be played by a group of hunters and farmers, the rural people who built this country, who were fed up with big government telling them what they could and could not do, and the pivotal role they would have in restoring the true representative democracy of the people of Canada. We were told that we were wasting our time, that the Liberal Long Gun Registry was never going to be eliminated. Opposition candidates in the 5 federal elections I've contested continually attacked my support for the people of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, who wanted to see the Liberal Long Gun Registry scrapped. They never wavered in their opposition to the registry, and I never wavered in my support for them. That brings us to today. The Long Gun Registry has got to go, and I, for one, will be celebrating with my constituents. The time has come. Let's get on with it.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, reprise du débat. Is this a question? Question, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for la Métis Témiscouata Les Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is something that's happening repeatedly, that a debate such as this one and the debate that has happened so far in the House here are polarized. We know that there are problems with the gun registry. Having consulted hunters and gun collectors and other people in our ridings, yes, we realize on this side of the House that there are problems with the gun registry. But the position of the NDP has always been to find a compromise between those different positions, between the Conservatives' position and those who are against, that is to say, those who are against it, and you can understand why from some perspectives, but the position of those also who want to maintain it, including the Canadian Association of the Chiefs of Police. So I'd like to know why, rather than having such a polarized stance and casting everything in black and white that we should eliminate the registry or keep it, can't we not find a way of dealing with the difficulties that exist? This registry costs so much to set up and has been useful in terms of crimes committed with guns, using guns. So could we not find a position that would satisfy both those who oppose it and those who really feel that there's a concrete need to maintain it? So I would like the member on the government side to answer that, please.
Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, frontline officers tell me that the Liberal Gun Registry is of no benefit. They automatically assume any situation they're going into has the potential to have a firearm present, whether they're registered or not. Furthermore, what they've told me is that when they're even pulling somebody over and doing a license plate check, that automatically defaults and shows them, even if they don't specifically access it, the gun registry. So it contributes and creates an artificially inflated number of times that the gun registry is actually accessed.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Nipissing Renfrew, and I say as someone who's done grassroots activism all my life, even when I don't agree with the goal, I can't help but share your excitement and the stories of her excitement in the stories of organizing and changing government policy that you oppose. But I'd like to ask the Honourable Member if at this point, as this registry is about to be ended, whether she doesn't agree that there's money invested in the data, that it will cost money to destroy that data, and that as long as some provinces would like access to it, should we not keep that data available, Mr. Speaker, for, say, a period of years, so that provinces can assess whether their law enforcement agencies would like to continue to have access to it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my new colleague across the way. Well, the answer to the question is absolutely not. My constituents and people across Canada want to see the information destroyed, deleted. As it is, with the passage of time, even within days of receiving the information at the Firearms Centre, the information becomes outdated. This is what police officers tell us, and this is what our constituents want. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Halifax.
And I thank my colleague for her intervention. I am from the riding of Halifax, as you know, and the police chief of Halifax, Chief Frank Beasley, has come out a couple of times, including even 2 days ago, talking about why he thinks it's important to keep the registry and how he uses it and how his police force uses it in Halifax. And I find it very perplexing, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives purport to be the champions of law and order, and they purport to be the champions of police, and they purport to be the champions of victims. But we have a situation here where victims groups want to keep this, police organizations want to keep this, and if we're really concerned about law and order here, why aren't the Conservatives keeping their promise to get more boots on the ground? Because really that's what it's about. So my question to the member is, when are they actually going to keep their promises to police officers about getting those boots on the ground and keeping the registry?
There are 30 seconds left for the member for Renfrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once the money for the maintenance of the long gun registry is no longer spent on that, that will free up budgets, and more money can be allocated to things such as putting more frontline police officers. That's something we'll talk about once the budgetary money is freed up.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's really an honour to follow my colleague, the member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, an MP who has fought long and hard to get rid of Bill C-68, and the people in her riding that she represents have appreciated that to the extent where they have elected her on 5 consecutive occasions, and they have worked with her and been of enormous assistance, particularly in the fight against Bill C-68 and the efforts to scrap it. And so it's an honor to follow her. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased today, of course, to add my voice to those who support Bill C-19, the ending of the Long Gun Registry Act. It's long overdue, and as many of my honourable colleagues have observed, this is not a new issue. We have, in fact, been discussing this for many years, Mr. Speaker. and Mr. Speaker, I have to mention that there's some of us still in Parliament who remember that fateful day, December the 5th, 1995, when the then Minister of Justice, Ellen Rock, was able to, because there was a Liberal majority, able to get Bill C-68 passed despite mountains of evidence that simply registering a firearm would not stop criminals from using firearms in a violent fashion, or to rob somebody or to intimidate somebody. There was no evidence that that would stop that at all. But rather instead, Mr. Rock, at that time, with the passing of this bill, turned millions of Canadians, law-abiding firearm owners in this country, overnight into what the Liberal government at that time determined could be criminals, despite that they had observed every firearm safety law there was. They had showed their competence to own and use a firearm, and they showed all the reasons why they had the licenses. Despite that, the Liberal government said, "We don't trust you." The fact that you've used your firearm peacefully for many years, and some, Mr. Speaker, of course, many decades, the Liberals said, "We do not trust that you're competent, that you're experienced, that you know, that you obey the law. We don't trust you. So now we're going to make you register your firearms, and we're going to put you on a list that will give the government and the police authorities all kinds of unconstitutional powers to monitor you and to check on you, notwithstanding that you've never committed a crime in your life and you're a law-abiding family person who uses their gun to go and do some hunting, or you're a sport shooter, notwithstanding the mountains of evidence that you're competent and capable of using a firearm. The Liberals did not trust you, and they told you that when they introduced and passed Bill C-68. Mr. Speaker, on that fateful day, I was joined by my colleague in this House, December 5th, 1995, colleague from Yorkton, Melville, who has been a champion against getting rid of the long gun registry. I was in the company of the current Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, the member from Calgary Nose Hill. I was joined by the Minister of, the now Minister of Indian Northern Affairs, at that time the member from North Vancouver Island North. I was joined by the member from Vegreville Wainwright, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, I was joined by the member from Calgary Southwest, who of course is now the Prime Minister of Canada and leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, and our leader who promised that we would put an end to the gun registry, and now we're keeping that promise. Mr. Speaker, I want to continue by saying that in particular this is an issue of great importance to my riding, Caribou Prince George. It's a fairly rural riding with about four areas which we'd call cities and towns, but a lot of rural area. And as you may be aware, this is a riding where there are many farmers, outdoor enthusiasts, forestry workers, miners, and many people that spend their time making a living in remote areas of my riding. These are folks who grew up using long guns and who use them sometimes in their day-to-day lives, as I pointed out, both for work and recreation. And it kind of just goes with the territory of the riding of Caribou Prince George. In short, long guns are and have been in use for many, many decades in my riding, and used in a lawful fashion by law-abiding citizens. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, every part of the country has people who use firearms for criminal intent. Well, they don't much care whether the firearm they're using is registered or not. As a matter of fact, they spend a lot of time looking to purchase or acquire smuggled illegal firearms that come in from all parts of the world into Canada through criminal organizations who don't really care much about the firearms long gun registry, because it doesn't much matter to them, and they're going to commit their criminal offenses with them anyway. Mr. Speaker, while the use of long guns has been a fairly normal a part of the life in Caribou Prince George for hunting, outdoor activity, sports shooting, the shooting range. What else is normal is that in my riding office since 1995, we've literally gotten thousands of calls from cards and phone calls and letters from concerned constituents who want to know, when are we going to get rid of this long gun registries that the Liberals just put in? This started like with one day after December 5th, 1995, and we were charged with the responsibility and the request to get rid of the long gun registry. Well, it's been a long fight, Mr. Speaker. I have to admit, sometimes it seemed like it was something that was just a dream. But you know what? We're here. We're here with a strong, stable, majority Conservative government, with a Prime Minister who made this promise, and he's keeping it, that we would get rid of the long gun registry in this country, and this Bill C-19 is going to do exactly that. Our Prime Minister made that promise. The member from Nipissing, Pembroke, made that promise. I've made that promise. My colleague from Yorkton, Melville, my colleague from Vegreville, Wainwright, my colleague from Vancouver Island North, my colleague from Calgary, Knowles Hill, we all have made that promise, and led by our Prime Minister, we are keeping that promise today, which is more than we can say for some of the NDP members who made that promise to their constituents and had no intention of keeping it. Mr. Speaker, the people that call us, that have been calling us and asking for our help to get rid of the long gun registry, these are good people who care passionately about this issue. These are not criminals that are calling us, because, after all, criminals don't care whether the firearm they're using in a criminal activity is registered or not. They don't care, so they wouldn't be calling us. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the criminal elements in this country who are responsible for bringing illegal firearms in this country, in December 1995, they were cheering on the then Minister of Justice, Mr. Rock, because all of a sudden their market became pretty darn good for criminals that wanted to acquire firearms. And, Mr. Speaker, I don't doubt that the price went up considerably when Bill C-68 was brought in. Well, Mr. Speaker, we've been dealing with that criminal element by putting in a multitude of anti-crime bills, and we're going to keep doing that, Mr. Speaker. We're going to show the criminal element in this country that you cannot commit crimes under a Conservative government and get away with it. We're going to put you in jail, and we're going to give you meaningful sentences that fit the crime that you commit. Mr. Speaker, when Bill C-19 passes, we are going to fulfill our promise to law-abiding firearm owners that we don't consider you as criminals as the Liberals did and the NDP do. Mr. Speaker, we are going to recognize their law-abiding citizen capable and well-deserving to own long guns without having the onerous legislation like Bill C-68 looking down their necks every single moment of their lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must point to the fact that there's a contradiction in my colleague's statement. When you look at the copyright bill, there is a threat of a jail term of up to 5 years, so a penitentiary sentence for people who would violate some copyright matter. But on the other hand, people who own firearms should not be treated as criminals. In fact, we also agree that we need to avoid having people who own firearms end up who have not registered their firearm, that these people should not be threatened with any jail times. But I'm asking my colleague, how could he deal with this contradiction?
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the member opposite appreciated his question, but he's missing the point. The fact is that anyone in this country that legally wants to acquire a firearm has to get the appropriate license, the acquisition permits, and have to show that they're competent and stable enough to own a firearm. That's That's the whole point of it, to make sure that no one who is not competent, that does not know the safety rules, that is not law-abiding, ever owns a firearm. The registration is an extension of some sort that the Liberals brought in 1995 that they thought would accomplish this. They were looking at the back end rather than the front end. We've always said we don't believe that people are unstable should have firearms. We don't believe that people have criminal backgrounds should have firearms. We don't believe that people that have not been law-abiding and are good, upstanding citizens and have a good reason to own a firearm should have firearms. We've never said that. We've always said that, as a matter of fact, that we believe that those people are the one. And once you've proven all of that beyond the shadow of a doubt through the licensing process and the acquisition process, then that person should be able to have a firearm. The registration is what it is. It turned into a bureaucratic, incredibly expensive mess that cost about $2 billion in the first few years it was implemented, after the Minister of Justice told us in this House that I believe the number he used was about $300,000 or $400,000, and after that it would be self-sustaining by the fees. That was so outlandish and turned out so outlandish that you can't believe it, and that's why we're opposing it.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Brampton Springdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Caribou Prince George for his very passionate speech and the wonderful work he's doing on behalf of his constituents. I have been getting a lot of positive feedback in my riding since we've introduced this bill, and the constituents are obviously very, very concerned, and they would like to see this registry abolished as soon as possible. And I'm wondering if the member can tell us how much money can the taxpayers expect to save on an annual basis moving forward once we abolish this registry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. Well, as I said, Bill C-68, when it was introduced, went from, according to the Minister of Justice at that time, went from going to cost Canadians about $400,000 to $400,000, something like that. Maybe it was $2 million. It doesn't matter, because what it actually cost us was well over $2 billion, and I think it's costing us somewhere around $2 or $3 to $4 million a year now, and it is not doing anything more than nothing that it did back in 1995, 96, 97 when it was first introduced. So, you know what? Whatever we're able to save by getting rid of the long gun registry through Bill C-19, all of that money is going to go into our anti-crime fight, which is where it should be. You know, instead of chasing farmers and shooters, farmers and target shooters and sportsmen, chasing around, spending time checking whether they're still law-abiding, all of our resources should be put toward counteracting crime in this country and going after the people that are going to commit crimes and those that have committed crimes. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm really proud of our Prime Minister and my colleagues who have had this fight against the registry for so many years. Bill C-19 is going to do the job. Thank you.
I'd like to inform the House that at this point in the debate, the time allotted for speeches will switch to 10 minutes for speeches and 5 minutes for questions and comments. Reprise du débat, the honourable member for Rimouski, Niget, Tamas-Kata-Les-Basses.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House to speak to this bill, Bill C-19, seeking to end the long gun registry. I'm pleased to rise because it's the first time I have the opportunity to rise in this House and discuss this matter that's been a source of numerous debates in the House. The issue has arisen at least since 2006. I must say that my riding is a riding that is part rural and part urban, so I'm in a good position to understand both sides of the debate. The urban side of it is Rimouski, 45,000 population, and on the other side of the riding, you have the rural regions. And so I've had discussions with a number of people in my riding, interested parties, people that feel personally affected by this debate. I asked them, in terms of this debate, in terms of the registry, I had a few questions to ask them, and they had arguments on both sides. I spoke to hunters, owners of long guns on this matter, and yes, they are concerned about the registry for some of the reasons that have been brought forward by the government. They said it was too expensive at first, that it criminalizes them and makes them feel guilty for owning a firearm. Other arguments of that nature. And yes, I did understand what they had to say, but then I also had discussions with other people who work for women's in women's shelter, women that are victims of domestic violence. And then I heard the other argument, the other side of the argument, very plausible, that the registry saves lives and that police officers use the registry in cases of domestic violence. So I'd like to talk about these two issues and the ways we reconcile them. People that use long guns, that own them, the hunters, etc., people that I've discussed this matter with, know that the NDP has been making efforts in this regard to try to reconcile these opinions. The irritants within this bill could be eliminated without striking the registry itself. When we talk about criminalization of people for a first offense for not registering a firearm, irritants like the Aboriginal rights for Aboriginal people using firearms. Also, my colleague from Northern Ontario had introduced a bill last year. I say you could maintain the registry and eliminate those irritants. And people say to me, well, maybe that would be an interesting option. Why? Because it meets their concerns. I would submit to this House that it is our role as members of Parliament, as representatives of our electors, not to polarize this debate, not to oppose black and white, not to oppose the for and the against, but rather to find some kind of a conciliatory position between these two sides. From the beginning, when I first was elected to this chamber, I have to say that's not what I've seen. I've seen examples of polarization. In the case of C-19 and of the ending of the Long Gun Registry Act in general, I see that the government side has really focused on this issue. In terms of the firearms owners, when I talk about the conciliatory position, they would be prepared to support it. I like the Conservative members to do the same thing in their ridings, without trying to create polarization in their ridings, as has been the case for the last 5 or 6 years. On the other side of the argument, there are people who support the registry. For one, people in the women's shelter in Rimouski-la-Neigette. When abused women find shelter in a women's shelter for abused women, domestic violence, this person the woman can complain or bring a complaint against the spouse. Police officers can query and find out if there are firearms in the household. The firearms can then get a search warrant and investigate within the house whether there might be a firearm. So there's a very real risk to this woman's life. This is not something that can be denied. This woman's life might be at risk. In Rimouski-Neigette, Rimouski-Neigette is actually half of my riding, one of 308 ridings in this country. There's at least one query per day from this women's shelter just on this one point. So yes, the registry plays a useful role and it can prevent these types of crimes from occurring. I'd also like to mention that statistics are accurate. 86% of domestic homicides with the use of a firearm involved the use of hunting rifles. So these are the types of weapons that exist and are commonly used. It doesn't mean that hunters are murderers or about to become so, but aside from the number of weapons that are owned by individuals, there is a higher probability of or higher likelihood of the use of these weapons entering into play in the cases of domestic violence. Police officers, in the cases of domestic violence or other cases, will know that there is a firearm or is not a firearm in that household, thanks to the registry. But knowing human nature and imagining what might be going on in the mind of a police officer who's about to enter a scene, clearly his work will be, or her work will be, much more effective if there is knowledge of a potential weapon in the critical situation rather than
3 minutes pour l'honorable député.
3 minutes for the member after question period. Now we are moving to statements by members.
Honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to rise today as a proud Canadian of Hellenic descent. It was on this day, on October 28, 1940, that the Greek people stood up for freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law by loudly professing a resounding HoC, no, to the fascists that were enacting the brutality all over Europe. Mr. Speaker, for a small nation of just over 7.2 million people at the time, this was a difficult decision, for the world knew all too well the onslaught massacre that was to follow. This courageous stance by the Greek people resulted in the loss of 805,000 lives, or 11.5% of the world's population, the country's population. Mr. Speaker, today Canadians from coast to coast stand with the Greek community and with all our veterans in remembrance of all those that sacrificed so much for the rights and freedoms that we all enjoy.
The honourable member for Shefford. Honourable Deputy.
Honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to present exemplary work by a non-profit organization in my riding. It is called SIRI, which means Solidarity Ethnic Regional in La Mayeska. It has the mission to welcome immigrant people, facilitate their integration, and promote their intercultural development while respecting the values of the host community. Newcomers can count on staff members for the first 5 years to provide assistance. Cultural diversity is their strength. We never judge others without having walked 5 kilometers in another's shoes. This week's series is having an annual show, and the participants are newcomers. More than 800 people in the audience. On behalf of all the people of Shefford and all my colleagues in the House, I want to congratulate series on their success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on October 21st, I watched pilots and technicians work as a team to bring the 41st season of the Snowbirds to a close. The Snowbirds are the famed Canadian icons that thrill audiences across North America every year with their aerial ballet. Representing the skill, professionalism, and teamwork of the Canadian Forces, the Snowbirds are an inspiration to Canadians. This past season was themed Our Canadian Heroes, to recognize the sacrifices made by members of the Canadian Forces and their families. The members of the Canadian Forces are often deployed to harsh conditions away from their loved ones. Their sacrifice cannot be measured, but we must do our best to recognize and appreciate their commitment. Mr. Speaker, I encourage everyone to check out a Snowbird show as they pass through their hometown next year. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Humber, St. Barb, Bay-Vert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Party of Canada continues to stand up for the rights of religious minorities and for the universal right to religious freedom for all faiths. Last night, the Liberal Party of Canada once again stood up to tell this government and the world that the atrocities facing Coptic Christians in Egypt cannot be allowed to continue. Through the tireless work of the Liberal MP for Scarborough-Agincourt, along with others in our parliamentary caucus and party, including the distinguished member for Mount Royal, the issue of the persecution of Christians has been raised repeatedly by our members on the floor of the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, the Coptic Christian faith in Canada is robust and a positive force in Canadian society and in Canadian neighbourhoods. In the home of the Coptic faith in Egypt, they have preached peace for centuries, yet they have been persecuted and murdered for their faith and seemingly all but abandoned by those with a duty to protect. Never forget, Coptic Christians are among the original Egyptians who now willingly share their land for one Egypt. Coptic Christianity is one of the oldest religions in all of Egypt, which persevered by the faith of its members and by its...
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past weekend, the Great Niagara Regiment, with a lineage reaching back to the War of 1812, the Lincoln and Welland Regiment held a parade and a memorial service in honour of the Battle of Bergen-op-Zoom, fought in October of 1944. As this date falls near Remembrance Day, members of the Lincoln and Welland annually commemorate this battle as part of their act of remembrance and regimental reunion. The battle was one of the defining events in the history of this great regiment. The valour displayed by the soldiers during the fight that took place marked it as one of the best battalions on the Canadian line. The operations in and around Bergen-op-Zoom was part of the campaign by the Canadian Army to clear the Scheldt estuary in order to open the port of Antwerp. These operations were crucial to the Allied cause. The port facilities of Antwerp were captured intact and the Scheldt estuary cleared for the Allied operations to continue. The regiment's motto is Non nobis sed patriae, meaning not for me but for my country. God bless the Lincoln and Welland Regiment, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Joliet. Joliet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity today to pay a heartfelt tribute to the directors and volunteers at La Tablée in Joliet. Founded in 1981 by the clerics of St. Viator, the Tablée is a non-profit organization that prepares and distributes 5,000 to 6,000 free meals every year to people in my riding who are most vulnerable. I have been able to see in Pertness the exceptional work being done by this community organization when I went to lend a hand to the volunteers during the Thanksgiving long weekend. I want to mention the word of the president of La Tablée, Raymond Vieillette, and his team of volunteers, including Marie-Pauline Blake, Léonie Ferland, Julie Cornelier, Diane Fournier, and Alan Bruno Bonin. These people are proof that fighting against hunger and poverty is a collective effort, and they deserve all the support that can be provided to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary East.
Well, she said $1 million, but if it comes out,
The honourable member for Calgary East.
Mr. Speaker, on October 23rd, the eastern province of Van in Turkey was struck by a powerful and devastating earthquake. Hundreds of people were killed and thousands injured. Canada stands shoulder to shoulder with the Turkish people during this difficult time. Today, Turkey, a friend of Canada, is celebrating the 88th anniversary of its foundation. On October 29, 1923, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk proclaimed the modern Republic of Turkey. When our two countries enjoy a solid friendship that transcends the economic and political domain. We are partners bilaterally and multilaterally through the organizations such as NATO and the G20. And thousands of Canadians of Turkish origin contribute invaluably to the Canadian society. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all Canadians, I would like to congratulate Turkey and the Turkish people in celebrating the creation of their modern state. May the future bring peace and prosperity to Turkey and all its citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, I'm excited to announce the 28th Annual Agritrade Exposition that will take place in my riding November 9th to 12th. The Red Deer Chamber of Commerce, the Westerner Exposition Association, and the driving force behind the expo, Pat Kennedy, are all to be thanked for this year's upcoming success. This year's theme is International Agriculture Products and Service, fitting as we welcome the U.S. Commerce Department as one of our 450 exhibitors. Come to the Fortis Learning Stage to discuss agriculture ideas, technology, programs, and new green initiatives. Talk to experts from across the nation to get answers to your various farming questions. Attend seminars about crops, fertilizing, grain quality, and much more. There'll even be a comedian, prizes, and student bursaries awarded through the expo. So I invite all of you to come down to Red Deer's Westerner Park and experience a one-of-a-kind exhibition that will cultivate your minds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so very honored today to stand and say how proud I am that 2 teachers in my riding of Scarborough Southwest are recipients of this year's prestigious Prime Minister's Award for Teaching Excellence. One of those is Lynn Wilkins, an elementary school teacher at Courcelette Public School. Ms. Wilkins' full list of accomplishments are simply too numerous to mention here. Her sustainable building project integrates many different subjects with a view to teaching students the importance of the environment and sustainable development. Another of her projects teaches students to build an NGO from the ground up. And if this wasn't enough, her students raised thousands of dollars to assist in building a school in Haiti, supporting the World Wildlife Fund, and helping the Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto. Our community is truly privileged to have such a dedicated, enthusiastic, and innovative teacher working in our schools. I want to extend my sincere congratulations to Ms. Wilkins on receiving the Prime Minister's Award for Teaching Excellence and thank her for the commitment she demonstrates on a daily basis to the students at Courcelette Public School. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I also rise today to honour 2 teachers in my riding who were recognized recently for their ingenuity, innovation, and dedication to education by their students, colleagues, and parents. On October the 5th, Shirley Dalrymple and Scott Masters were recognized for their leadership with the Prime Minister's Award for Teaching Excellence. Shirley is a maths teacher at Thornhill Secondary School. She has given 20 years to the profession and has fascinated thousands of young minds through her integration of technology to make learning fun and interesting for her pupils. Scott, a history teacher at Crestwood Preparatory School, brings history to life for the students by working with local veterans and students to digitize the stories of their veterans with interviews, photos, and documents to ensure that their story will always be heard and never be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate Shirley and Scott for their selection as recipients of this award, and I look forward to seeing more great educators from Don Valley East on the list of recipients next year. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, on October 9th, 2011, Hamilton's Santa Claus, Jimmy Lomax, passed away at his home. Known throughout our community for his immense generosity and kindness, Jimmy and his wife Susan were the heart and soul of Operation Santa Claus, a charitable organization they founded in 1958 to help collect and distribute gifts to underprivileged families throughout Hamilton. Jimmy's dedication to helping the less fortunate earned him numerous recognitions, including Hamilton's Distinguished Citizen of the Year, the Queen's Jubilee Medal, the Ontario Medal for Outstanding Citizenship, and our highest honour, the Order of Canada. Jimmy is also extremely deserving of the Hamilton's Children's Park that will be named in his honour in the coming weeks. Mr. Speaker, Christmas in Hamilton just won't be the same without Santa Jimmy. On behalf of all honourable members, I would like to extend our heartfelt condolences to the Lomax family. Jimmy's dedication to helping children, especially during the holiday season, was an inspiration to all, and he will be greatly missed. Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton-Springdale.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me immense pleasure to inform the House that Kabaddi Team Canada will be participating in the 2nd World Cup Kabaddi in Punjab, India, across various districts in the state of Punjab from November 1st to November 20th, 2011. This mega sports event will feature the participation of 14 countries, including Canada. I would like to congratulate the organizers and officials who worked tirelessly for our Team Canada, including Joga Kang, Onkar Grewal, Harmjeet Deol, Sukhpal Ratal, Sukh Pandher, and Gurjeet Singh. On behalf of my constituents of Brampton-Springdale and all Canadians, we're proud of Kabaddi Team Canada and wish them all the success in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians were saddened this week to learn of the passing of a truly great man, Harold Huskilson. Mr. Huskilson, who was 91, was committed to his community and his province. He was a lifelong member of the Nova Scotia Liberal Party, the Trinity United Church, and the Beacon United Church. He was also a charter member of the Shelburne Kinsman Club, the Royal Canadian Legion, and an active member of the Masonic Lodge. Mr. Huskilson served on both the Shelburne Town Council and the Yarmouth Town Council. He was then elected to the House of Assembly as MLA for Shelburne and served in a number of key ministerial posts over a 23-year career. He worked tirelessly to bring investment and attention to his corner of the province and will be remembered as a man who was there to assist anyone in need. I know all members will join me in extending our sincere condolences to the Huskilson family.
The honourable member for Regina, Lumsden, Lake Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the 16 Commonwealth leaders have agreed to a proposal to amend the rules governing the line of succession to the throne. No longer will it matter if an heir's firstborn is a boy or a girl. Obvious modernizations will help the Crown to remain an institution that reflects the values of Canadians in all realms of the Commonwealth that have Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II as our head of state. Since the founding of the Commonwealth in 1931, our common heritage has united us. But the Commonwealth has become more than just about common history. Our common values that flow from that history, principles such as freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law also unite us. From this background, we draw our Westminster system of responsible government. We believe in principles that deserve universal application. Unfortunately, in some parts of the world, there is still not universal acceptance of these principles. As the Prime Minister said, the Commonwealth is a, quote, noble aspiration. Mr. Speaker, God save the Queen.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister responsible for Parks Canada recently announced the creation of an federal animal reserve for Sable Island in the Atlantic Ocean, and yet last spring this same department cut by 56% financial aid to a number of organizations responsible for preserving existing animal reserves, such as the National Animal Reserve in the Bay of Île Verte in my riding, the National Animal Reserve elsewhere as well. When it talks about increasing the number and the size of the land area, but it's cutting drastically financial support to those reserves. Is this government aware of the negative repercussions of that policy on tourism and on Canada's image abroad? We have to say that no, this government is not aware of its poor choices, not only with regard to the environment, but also with regard to the sustainable economy.
For Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, I know that my constituents and fellow New Brunswickers are outraged at comments from the Liberal leader just yesterday on Canada's next Auditor General. According to the Liberal leader, the Liberal Party, they believe that working in New Brunswick doesn't qualify for some of the bigger jobs in Toronto or Ottawa. Might I remind the Liberal leader, might I remind the Liberal Party that New Brunswick is Canada's only official bilingual province. Mr. Ferguson's outstanding performance as New Brunswick's Auditor General and Deputy Minister of Finance, according to the Liberal Party, is no experience for the job. That's outrageous, Mr. Speaker, and I call upon the Liberal Party to formally apologize to Mr. Ferguson and all the residents of my home province for their insulting attack.
Oral questions orales. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, we have learned that the government has decided to apply the gun registry model to the Canadian Navy. They have invested billions, and afterwards they're throwing everything away. The Victoria, the Cornerbrook, the Windsor, and the Chicoutimi out the door into the garbage. Can the government confirm that they are getting rid of the Victoria-class submarines?
No, Monsieur, not.
No, Mr. Speaker. We have invested to ensure that we will have the ideal combination of naval capabilities to protect Canada's sovereignty, and we are intending to continue to work with Canadian forces to ensure that we have the best level of service to defend our sovereignty.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it appears they've already begun to move. Here's what the Minister of National Defence had to say this week, and I quote, "In an ideal world, I know nuclear subs are what's needed," end quote. We can all agree the Liberals did a terrible job when they bought the Victoria-class subs. Canadians were misled about their true cost and their capabilities. What Canadians wanted then and what they want today is certainty. So can the Conservatives confirm that their government is really ready to go down a multi-billion-dollar rabbit hole of nuclear submarines?
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the quick answer to that is no. I think the honourable member has to be wary of relying unduly on misleading reports from the CBC. What is true is that our government is investing in the right mix and the right balance of our forces to have a naval capacity necessary to defend and protect Canada's sovereignty on all our ocean frontiers. I can tell you and reassure the honourable member that there is no plan to replace the diesel-electric fleet purchased by the Liberals.
Obviously, Mr. Speaker, it seems very clear that there is no plan at all for the Conservatives as far as military acquisitions are concerned. For submarines, it seems like improvisation. For aviation, it's a decision by the Conservatives to buy the F-35s that are less and less logical. The government is even beginning to realize that. Will the government reconsider the untendered purchase of the F-35s? The Honourable Leader, Government House Leader.
Has been clearly to give our Canadian forces, including those in the Royal Canadian Air Force, the equipment they need to do the job well. The fact is, and reasonable people agree, that we have to have a new aircraft. The current CF-18s are, of course, an aging aircraft that have been around for quite some time. We are moving forward together with our allies with the only fifth-generation fighter of its kind, the F-35, something that offers stealth capability that will protect our Canadian airmen and airwomen so that they will be able to do their job protecting our sovereignty in the safest fashion possible and in the most effective fashion possible.
And the member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the pressure is mounting against the purchase of F-35s. Today we learned that the Defence Minister is increasingly offside from other Cabinet members and the Prime Minister's office. Why? Because the F-35 doesn't work in the Arctic, is plagued by delays, wildly over budget, the list goes on and on. Mr. Speaker, will the government finally stop their F-35 boondoggle before it's just too late?
The Associate Minister of Defence.
The only boondoggle I know about these days is the gun registry. However, I'm pleased to infuse a dose of reality into the opposition's misguided rant about F-35 aircraft. Recently, I saw firsthand the direct benefits of economic growth and job creation on Magellan Bristol Aerospace in Winnipeg, as with over some 60 other Canadian companies. Mr. Speaker, Canadian families are benefiting from the production in Canada of F-35 components. Our budget is on track. It's economic growth as well as looking after the needs of our men and women who are wearing the uniform and Canadian sovereignty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd feel a bit defensive, too, if I signed on to a program that even conservative U.S. Senator John McCain called, quote, a train wreck. Even our international partners, such as Australia, Israel, Turkey, are now delaying their commitment to the F-35s. Mr. Speaker, when will the Conservatives finally admit their F-35 boondoggle is quickly unraveling and bring it to an end?
The Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the infusion of rhetoric in this very important acquisition of an asset critical to the sovereignty of Canada, providing our men and women the appropriate tools well into the future to do their job, is absolutely overwhelming, obviously because of political positioning. We are focused on what is necessary to maintain Canada's sovereignty. We're not playing politics. This is a critical asset that we intend to fulfill as we go forward, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard and Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Quebec National Assembly voted in favour of a motion asking the government to give them access to the gun registry data. Why does the government not recognise that this data has tremendous value to the provinces and stubbornly resists common sense? Once again today, I ask the government, are they prepared to hand this precious data over to the provinces? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Legislation is clear. It will actually eliminate the long gun registry. That means eliminating the records, which have become and are inaccurate, unreliable, and they will become increasingly so over time. We're bound to protect the privacy rights of Canadians. That includes the rights of those who are law-abiding gun owners who have participated in the registry. The existing licensing requirements, of course, are going to remain, but we are committed to eliminating this wasteful, ineffective long gun registry, and we will not allow a backdoor re-establishment of the long gun registry.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, TD Bank said yesterday what we all knew already, that the government won't balance its books until 2017, after the next election. This is bad news for Canadian families who've been told they had to wait until the budget was balanced for any of the government's promised support for families. Why do Canadian families have to wait in line for 6 years to receive any support, while the largest, most profitable corporations in the country get their tax cuts right now?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my Liberal friend opposite has a very short memory. We've delivered tax cuts for Canadian families in the form of income taxes, in forms of tax reductions for things like a sports and fitness tax credit, participation in arts tax credit. We reduced the GST twice. And you know what all those events had in common? The Liberal Party voted against them. Our party is the only party committed to reducing taxes. We continue to be the only party in this House committed to reducing taxes, but we're also committed to getting our budget balanced in the medium term to ensure that we keep Canada's fiscal advantage, one that has delivered 650,000 net new jobs for Canadians and is leading the GA.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville. Mr. Speaker, it makes no sense for these Conservatives to delay support for families until after the next election, when, with any luck, they'll be out of power. Also, Canadians are going to wake up to a nasty surprise on January 1st, an EI payroll tax increase. Could the government explain by what twisted logic Canadian families must wait and watch while this government levies a massive tax on jobs and refuses to provide them with any support?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian families did wait for help in the form of reduced taxes for 13 long years. But since 2006, they have been receiving those benefits from our government, benefits that now total for a typical Canadian family over $3,000 less in taxes paid. That's over $3,000 more in their pockets. That's one of the reasons why the Canadian economy has been performing well. We've avoided the path that the Liberals would have us go, the path that other countries are on, that of high taxes, high debt, high deficit, the very path that is causing threats to the global economy from elsewhere. Here in Canada, we've avoided that path. That's why our economy is strong, and we'll stay on that.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Gatineau.
Mr. Speaker, the reckless and spiteful decision to destroy all gun registry records shows just how out of touch this government really is. Yesterday, the Quebec National Assembly voted unanimously to demand the records be kept. They're even threatening legal action. Mr. Speaker, this government isn't just destroying records, it's destroying a key tool for keeping our communities safe. Why is this government insulting provinces that want to create their own registry? Why are they playing politics with public safety?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our commitment to Canadians was to destroy and end the long gun registry. The long gun registry is the data. Mr. Speaker, the data is flawed, it's inaccurate, it doesn't target criminals, it targets law-abiding Canadians. Mr. Speaker, what we will continue is to have the licensing process. That information will be accessible to all law enforcement and to all agencies. But, Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, we will end the long gun registry, which is the data. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Gatineau.
Mr. Speaker, this is willful blindness on the part of this government. The government of Quebec has threatened to sue to prevent the destruction of the gun registry data. Quebecers paid their fair share for the implementation of this registry. Quebec families, the parents of the victims of the assassinations at Polytechnique and Dawson, and the president of the Association of Assassinated and Disappearing Persons are demanding the maintaining of the control of the registry. Will the government take a means of ensuring public safety from them? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, as we have said, we are going to destroy the gun registry for long guns. It's very simple because there is no link between the reduction in crime and this. Those who say the opposite are talking ideologically. there has been a decrease in recent years, but it's not because of the registry. It's because of more severe legislation. This legislation penalizes hunters and farmers unfairly. And, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the Quebec government will respect the division of powers in Canada and the various areas of jurisdiction. This is a federal area of jurisdiction, and we're going to destroy it, as we said. The Honourable Member for Alfred-Télan. Mr. Speaker, yesterday at the National Assembly in Quebec, they voted unanimously against the destruction of the data from the registry. Quebec families paid for this and demand that it should be handed over to them now. I myself am a hunter, and the maintenance of this data does nothing to limit my activities. The Conservatives are saying that they have to destroy it, but when we ask why, it is a total vacuum, like their political agenda. Will this government finally show some openness towards Quebec and comply with the request and transfer the data? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, we are going to destroy the data that correspond to the long gun registry. Carbines. Why? Because the data is the registry. That's what we said during the campaign, and that's what we're going to do. And I ask the Quebec government to respect the Canadian Constitution. That legislation is established. It's built on the criminal code, and this is a federal area of jurisdiction. It's within our powers. We're doing what we said we would do, what we are going to do, and we're not interfering in areas of provincial jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, we're doing that because it's the best thing to do. We have laws in this House to prevent crime. The Honourable Member for Alfred-Télan. Mr. Speaker, the collection of data required a huge investment. The registry cost a lot of money, and obviously it was designed by the authors of the sponsorship scandal. However, we have a provincial government that is asking for the power to use this data. As a hunter, I have no objection to this sharing of information. Why such childishness? Why spend the taxpayers' money to destroy the data that we have all paid for? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, this data in the registry are not correct, they're inexact, and that is what we heard in 2002 when we talked about the scandal that you mentioned. It was the first scandal, liberal scandal rather, this gun registry. It was supposed to cost a few million, and it cost $2 billion. And, Mr. Speaker, we can remember the second scandal, which is the sponsorship one, also a liberal scandal. What's important for us is that this data is not precise, as was said by the Auditor General in 2002. It would be very poor.
For Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the hundreds of thousands of volunteers and overworked staff at Canadian charities were shocked to open their newspapers this morning. With no consultation and no plan, the government is recklessly considering slashing its contribution to Canada's charities, unless they meet the Conservative government's narrow partisan agenda. Charity workers aren't vacationing on Challenger jets like the members opposite. They deserve this government's support. Instead of picking winners and losers, why will this government not stand behind Canada's vital charitable sector?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we're always interested in new models to partner with private sector organizations to deliver results. This is why the Minister has set up the Voluntary Advisory Committee to discuss ways to leverage government funding and investments to ensure a maximum social impact to help those in need. While current funding models ensure fiscal accountability, our focus is to ensure funding that gets results, and that taxes collected from hard-working Canadians have the biggest impact on those who really need it.
Hear, hear.
Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, that answer didn't give comfort to a single charity in this country. There are about 83,000 registered charities in Canada. They employ 10% of our country's workforce. That's a lot of jobs and vital contributions that this country cannot afford to lose. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about over 1 million hard-working Canadians who contribute to our country every day. They deserve better than to have their government undermine their important contribution and threaten jobs. Will this government at least be honest with them about what it has in mind? They and the people they serve deserve nothing less.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned before, we're looking at new models to make sure that we can leverage our government's commitment and leverage our government's investments in making sure those most in need get what they need and get it soon. Unlike the NDP, who want to tax individuals, who want to make sure that we're not creating jobs in this country, we're focused on those that are in need by creating new models that provide them opportunities to get what they need through charities. In fact, our Finance Committee is looking at just how to leverage that the best now. So I look forward to the NDP supporting our direction at the Finance Committee.
The member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, we've learned today that the government wants to change its way of funding non-for-profit organizations. These same charitable organizations rely on volunteers and overworked staff. These are the organizations that too often are doing the Conservatives' job. The Conservatives who are increasingly disengaging from their social responsibilities, and now we're telling them they'll receive even less help from the government. Why is the government attacking the organizations that offer the services that are of paramount importance to Canadians? The Honourable Secretary of State.
Before we're working to build our charitable sector in this country, I'd like to say that what the member said opposite is completely false. The minister has been working with a voluntary advisory committee to discuss ways of leveraging what we are doing with this government, our investments to ensure maximum impact for those in need. I encourage the NDP to get on board with what our Finance Committee is doing, making sure we leverage what's available to our communities and charities. I encourage them all to go out and volunteer like I do with the YMCA.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Carrel-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, too many seniors can not retire when they had hoped to. According to a Sun Life study, a majority of workers will remain working beyond the age of 65, not through choice, but because they have a lack of income. Seniors have lost their savings during the recession, and this government has no plan to fight against poverty among seniors. Mr. Speaker, when will this government stop giving gifts to major corporations and finally do something to help seniors live their retirements out, but not in poverty? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as you know, we have worked very hard to increase the security of seniors during their retirement, particularly for seniors. As I said, we have reduced income paid by seniors and people who have already retired by more than $2 billion. We have restructured the pension regulations in order to better protect retirees. And along with the provinces, we have also looked at proposals to bring about new other improvements, and we are on the verge of creating the RAPC. So I hope the NDP will support us in that. The Honourable Member for Marc-Carrel-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, we're not on the same planet here. Clearly, there are more and more Canadians, seniors, who have too high debt levels, not enough income. The Honourable Member for Marc-Carrel-Fortin. There are more and more seniors are poor. The Conservatives' answer? Well, it's let the financial markets take care of pension plans for Canadians. That's your answer. We know where that led us during the recession. A loss in benefits because markets tumbled. Mr. Speaker, when will the government finally support Canadians and double the funds of Quebec and Canada pension plans? Now, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. As I said, Mr. Speaker, beforehand, we are continuing and continuously working for our seniors. We've tabled several bills, which, as we all know, the NDP voted against. We are continuing to work with the provincial governments to study reform of the Canada Pension Plan. But like many provinces, we share the worries of small businesses in terms of any increase in the costs, whereas the global economy is barely getting back on track. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Yesterday in committee, Ms. Barados from
This is that the language requirement is an essential requirement, and if they don't meet the language requirement, then they don't get the job. Fin de citation.
End of quotation. Because the mastery of both official languages was clearly indicated as being essential for the position of Auditor General, and that the Prime Minister's nominee is not so, is the government conscious of what they're doing to the public service? Are they aware of the Pandora's box they are opening here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the government has searched for bilingual candidates who had a rigorous process, and this candidate was chosen because he was by far and away the most qualified. Mr. Ferguson is taking lessons to learn both official languages, as is the case for many members here in the House. Mr. Ferguson has proven himself within the public service in the province of New Brunswick.
Mr. Speaker, the only member of the Government Selection Committee for the position of Auditor General outside of government circles was a registered lobbyist by the name of Kevin Dancy, the head of the CICA. The purpose of lobbying is to benefit the organization you're lobbying for. While he was advancing a position on who the Auditor General should be, Mr. Dancy was also actively lobbying every organization on the Selection Committee, including the Office of the Auditor General. And in future, the same individual will likely be lobbying the very same Auditor General which he helped select. Does the government understand and realize the apparent and obvious conflict?
Unbelievable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, I think the qualifications of our candidate for Auditor General are unparalleled. Let me give you an example. The former Auditor General, Sheila Fraser, says he will be a very good Auditor General. He is very capable, a very nice man, a very nice person. I think once parliamentarians get to know him, they will appreciate him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
You're up. Mr. Speaker, Mikel Nabil is a young Egyptian blogger, one of the early voices of the Tahrir Square Revolution, who became the first political prisoner in the post-Mubarak era. He was sentenced by military tribunal in March to 3 years in jail for a bogus charge of insulting the Egyptian army and further compromised by his pro-Israeli views. He is now in the 66th day of a hunger strike, has become, like the Christian Coptic community under assault, a symbol of the betrayal of the Tahrir Revolution, and his life hangs in the balance. Will the government immediately seek his release from prison? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of State for Foreign
We're
Affairs.
very, very concerned about this situation. We take it very seriously. I can advise the House that we are in consultation not just with authorities in the country but with like-minded partners to address this situation. Mr. Speaker, it is a very high priority for our government. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, let's see if they're still on the same loop across the way. Yesterday, in response to a question about the unilingual Auditor General, the President of Treasury Board stated, and I quote, "After an exhaustive process, the most meritorious candidate was chosen." Now, we all agree that the Treasury Board President has absolutely no credibility when we talk about rigorous processes. Nevertheless, we would like to know what that is rigorous about the choice of a unilingual Anglophone for a position for which a mastery of both official languages was essential. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Ferguson is learning French, as are many members of this House, as well as many members of the public service. If the member opposite doubts Mr. Ferguson's commitment, then perhaps he would like to come to Public Accounts Committee on Monday and ask him directly, as I'm sure he will. As far as Mr. Ferguson's qualifications are concerned, he comes with excellent references, but don't just take my word for it. Let me share one with you. He will be a very good Auditor General. He is very capable, a very nice person, and I think once parliamentarians get to know him, they will appreciate him. Who said that, Mr. Speaker? The former Auditor General herself, Sheila Fraser.
Member for Rimouski-Neigette. Mr. Speaker, this is the same loop again and again, obviously. If they are unable to find an Auditor General who, as indicated, must have a mastery of both official languages, after months of searching, it shows what kind of employer they are. Mr. Speaker, when a private company requires an understanding of both official languages, it's because it is essential to do the work. Why do the Conservatives treat this like some kind of unimportant detail? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The government sought bilingual candidates. After a thorough process, the successful candidate was determined to be by far the most qualified. Mr. Ferguson has undertaken to become proficient in both of Canada's official languages, and he's already begun training. Mr. Ferguson has a proven track record of public service for the province of New Brunswick. But don't take my word for it. Here's a quote, Mr. Speaker. What Mike Ferguson will face in Ottawa as opposed to Fredericton will be simply a few extra zeros at the end of the numbers. The same skills and the same types of experience will count in both jobs. Who said that, Mr. Speaker? The Liberal leader, Victor Bordeaux. Merci.
The The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the President of the Public Service Commission said, and I quote, "In the public service, language is an essential prerequisite." This government seems to be saying that it has nothing against bilingualism and that the Auditor General is perfectly competent, except for the fact that they've forgotten one rather important prerequisite, bilingualism. Mr. Speaker, did this government at least take the time to interview him and to ask him questions in French before giving him the job? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our government is in favor of official languages, and this is why we have granted $200 million for the implementation of our roadmap for linguistic duality. This is an unprecedented investment to promote and protect bilingualism countrywide.
Ferguson, let me give you another quote. This comes from the Premier of New Brunswick. He's outstanding, he's a leader, and quite frankly, that's one of the reasons why I came to him to become Deputy Minister of Finance in New Brunswick at certainly a very difficult time in this province's history.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, it's all well and good to want to favour one's friends rather than to choose the most competent people to fill essential positions, but when it is done at the expense of francophones from coast to coast, it does not cut it. This government cannot play the bilingualism card simply to clear its conscience. Mr. Speaker, will the government commit to overturn its own decision and choose a bilingual Auditor General? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Has done more for official languages than any other government in Canadian history, including investing over $1 billion in our roadmap for linguistic duality. But, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Ferguson is the most qualified candidate for the job. We have many different people quoting that, and we will stand behind our candidate.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians gave our government a strong mandate to end the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry once and for all, and that is exactly what we are doing. But, Mr. Speaker, members on this side of the House are not the only ones who received that mandate from the people of Canada. Many NDP MPs promised their constituents that if they sent them to this place, they would vote to end the long gun registry. However, we've already seen early in this Parliament that many NDP members are breaking their promises to their constituents. Can the Parliamentary Secretary please tell the House how she views the decisions of these members opposite?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Red Deer for the good work he's done in helping us end the long gun registry. Mr. Speaker, I think we all believe that members must respect and represent the views of the Canadians who sent them here. I find it very disheartening to hear the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley say the fever has gone down a bit on the gun registry in his riding. Or the member from Western Arctic, who also campaigned on ending the long gun registry, say that he thinks it's appropriate for provinces to develop their own registry. Mr. Speaker, Canadians find this sort of hedging very unacceptable. When MPs make promises, Canadians expect those promises to be kept. And I call on all opposition members.
Order. The
Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, how can the Minister explain the unfair treatment of Quebec in cuts at Canada Post? Cuts are alarming in Quebec, 53%. 53% in Quebec versus 4 to 8% in the rest of the country. Mr. Speaker, what is the Minister's argument for why Quebec does not have the right to the same postal services as other parts of the country? Mr. Speaker, Canada Post is an independent Crown corporation. All Canadians have the same right to service from this corporation. But in terms of daily management of its affairs, we will not get involved. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary is avoiding questions on cuts at Canada Post and is continuing to provide vague answers. Can the Parliamentary Secretary finally tell us why Quebec is so unjustly penalized? Postal services are primordial throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, why is this government casting Quebec aside? Quebecers deserve an answer. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, In fact, the New Democrats are those who tried to extend a work stoppage at Canada Post. They are the ones who helped in the interruption of services to Quebecers and, in fact, to all Canadians. It is our government that acted to ensure that postal services at Canada Post be available to all Canadians throughout the country. Thank you.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River. Sorry, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canada Post Office in Dorian, Ontario, is also about to close, forcing families to drive up to 75 kilometres just to pick up a package. That's despite the fact that Canada Post has claimed there's a moratorium on the closure of rural post offices. Mr. Speaker, postal service is vital for rural families and especially seniors in communities like Dorian. They shouldn't have to drive almost an hour just to get to the post office. Will the minister stand up and assure Dorian families that post offices will not close?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Post is in fact a Crown corporation independent from the government. That said, it does provide services to Canadians coast to coast. Those services are provided regardless of region and without discrimination. We are not, though, going to interfere in the daily operations and management of an independent Crown corporation. Thank you.
For Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, what kind of leadership is that? Rural Canadian communities like Dorian are being left out in the cold by Canada Post. Last year alone, despite its promised moratorium on such closures, Canada Post padlocked postal outlets in 37 different towns. Thousands of families are cut off from the rest of the country, even while Canada Post raked in $233 million in profit. Mr. Speaker, when will this minister and this government stand up for rural communities? When will it stop robbing them of their needed postal services?
Well, Mr. Speaker, obviously we are standing up for rural communities. That's why this government is working to eliminate the wasteful long gun registry that has harassed farmers and hunters for far too long. It's why we're giving freedom to Western farmers. On the subject of Canada Post service, it's a little bit rich for the NDP, which attempted to prolong the work stoppage at Canada Post, to now stand in the House of Commons and claim that they want to extend services. They wanted to prevent Canadians from any region of the country from having Canada Post service by prolonging that work stoppage. Thank goodness our government stepped in and ordered it back to work. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, another week goes by with yet another story about the F-35 procurement unraveling before our very own eyes. Having bought into the program hook, line and sinker, the Minister of Defence is isolated within his own cabinet. Indeed, it's so bad, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister now has his own personal babysitter. In short, it's a mess. So what is it that the Minister of Defence is doing to pull the plug on this program, which is in its own death spiral?
Good question.
The Honourable Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, there's no intent to pull the plug on an asset that is so critical to Canadian sovereignty and provides our men and women the assets they need well into the future to fulfill their missions and return home safe at the end of those missions to their families, Mr. Speaker. As well, this is, we're now into cutting steel. This is not a reversal item. This is the right plane, the right aircraft for the right time well into the future, and we made that decision. And in fact, the Liberal government of the day in 1997 embarked on this very same project, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Now even the babysitting minister whistles past the graveyard. Serious countries explore alternative procurement strategies, and indeed some of them have already pulled out of the program altogether. What kind of a minister sticks with a program where he doesn't even know the final cost? Open procurement is the only answer. Why won't this minister pull out of this program before he crash lands us all?
Associate Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy here is just beyond belief. This is the same government. This is the same.
Order. The Associate Minister has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the same government of the day that embarked on this very same project. Now they've got cold feet. This is the same government of the day that sent our men and women into battle, into danger zones in Afghanistan, in a desert setting, wearing green uniforms.
The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the Privacy Commissioner sounded alarm bells again, raising serious concerns about the Conservative government's lawful access legislation. The Privacy Commissioner said Conservatives have not justified the sweeping search and seizure powers they plan to foist on commercial ISPs. Will the Minister of Public Safety accept the Privacy Commissioner's recommendations and fix the legislation before it's reintroduced?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be perfectly clear. No legislation proposed in the past, present or future by a Conservative government would allow for police to read emails without a warrant. As technology evolves, many criminal activities, such as the distribution of child pornography, becomes more easier, and we are proposing measures to bring our laws into the 21st century. I do find it remarkable that the same party that wants to look at the private records of law-abiding gun owners is wanting to protect potential child pornographers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was an answer, but not to the one to my question. This is again about the Privacy Commissioner. The Commissioner said this proposal to hugely expand surveillance and weaken judicial scrutiny went far beyond what is needed. According to the Commissioner, better alternatives exist to give police the investigative tools they need while still preserving the privacy of Canadians. When will the government finally acknowledge these serious privacy concerns and agree to fix the bill?
Secretary.
Our proposal will not allow for access to private communication without a warrant. What we are proposing is a balanced approach between checking on those who may be distributing child pornography and the rights of individuals to have their private information. Mr. Speaker, we ask on the NDP to support this good legislation, to get it with the 21st century, but also to support the private records of law-abiding long gun owners in this country. Thank you.
Honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, this past Sunday, a large earthquake struck eastern Turkey. Over 600 aftershocks followed the devastating earthquake, and reports say that thousands of people have been left homeless. Under the leadership of our Prime Minister, Canada took a leadership role on the international stage. We are often quick to respond to the humanitarian crises around the world. Could the Parliamentary Secretary tell the House what Canada's response is to this recent disaster?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Don Valley West for the question. I'm proud that this morning the Minister of International Cooperation announced Canada's response to this disaster. Canada stands by the people of Turkey, and we offer our support and sympathy to the families and loved ones affected by the tragic earthquake. We are sending 500 winterized tents to Turkey. Good. The tents will ensure urgently needed emergency shelter for 500 families, and we will continue to monitor the situation there.
Very good. The honourable member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, some time ago, the Government of Canada and the Government of Newfoundland signed an MOU for a loan guarantee covering the Muskrat Falls electrical project. And since then, we've heard nothing. In our province, commitments from this government are often taken with some degree of skepticism. We wonder, is this really a commitment, or is it a scheme to keep the government of Newfoundland and Labrador in line? I ask the Minister responsible for Newfoundland and Labrador, has this government completed its due diligence analysis, and is it on time for final approval? Or is this just another tactic you're using to keep the provinces in line?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we're very proud of the commitment we've made to Muskrat Falls. We will continue to show support. This is a very, very important economic development project for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador, and in fact for all the people of Atlantic Canada. It offers a prospect of clean energy at low cost and economic development, growth and jobs. That's the focus of our government, economic growth and job creation.
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Mr. Speaker, for 14 years, Canada's firefighters have been coming on Parliament Hill to ask that their families be taken care of if they die in the line of duty, if they die saving others, through a Public Safety Officer Compensation Fund. Now, 5 years ago, Mr. Speaker, the NDP delivered, and we passed legislation through the House directing the government to do this. Since that time, dozens of Canada's firefighters and police officers have passed away, and their families are often left destitute. The United States has a fund Canada doesn't. Why won't the government establish a public safety officer compensation fund, and why are they showing such profound disrespect to Canada's firefighters and police officers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the government that is listening to firefighters and police officers across the country. That's why we're giving not only police officers the tools that they need to do their job, but that's why we introduced the firefighters a volunteer tax credit, Mr. Speaker, which has been supported across the country. It's something firefighters ask for. It's helping them. We respect and appreciate the work that they do. We'll continue to support them. We ask the opposition to do the same thing. Vote for measures that will keep criminals in jail and not on the street. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, our government's top priority is completing the economic recovery and protecting and creating Canadian jobs. Broadening and expanding access to more markets, particularly Asia, is a key part of our government's job-creating pro-trade plan. Canadians get the jobs, the prosperity and consumer benefits that come from increased trade. Can the parliamentary secretary explain why the Asia-Pacific Gateway is so critical to our job-creating pro-trade plan, and what is happening to ensure that happens?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for a very insightful question. As you well know, Mr. Speaker, our government's focus is to create jobs and increase prosperity for hard-working Canadians. So as part of the Asia-Pacific Gateway, our government announced strategic infrastructure projects worth over $3.5 billion, including federal contributions of over $1.4 billion. And, Mr. Speaker, our approach is winning praise. For example, Linda Stirk, the Port of Seattle's managing director, said, Canada has done a fabulous job putting together a national strategy to increase the flow of trade and create more jobs. And we agree with her. We will continue to support the Asia-Pacific Gateway because it increases trade, creates jobs, and boosts overall transportation.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the government is running the risk of depriving the Canadian economy of millions of dollars in tourist dollars, because tourists from countries for which Canada requires a visa must go through a totally arbitrary process. Every year, 1 out of 5 visitors to this country is denied entry. There are no clear criteria, guidelines, or standards for granting entry. Mr. Speaker, what is this government doing to make the granting of tourist visas fairer? Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to see that my colleague is interested in tourism. It's a very important industry for Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, I would point out that we are working with the Minister of Immigration to ensure that we have an effective visa process. In fact, I just came back from China, where I met with my counterparts there, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that Canada has a system that is quite competitive with what's happening elsewhere in the world. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Conservatives tabled a bill that will effectively irreversibly decrease the political weight of Quebec. Quebecers in this House have the duty to denounce and object to this assault against the Quebec nation. The National Assembly has taken a stand on 3 occasions, and the Quebec Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs has been clear. There is an exceptional consensus. Quebec does not want to see its political weight decreased. Will the government respect the Quebec nation by correcting its current bill to preserve the current political weight of Quebec? The Honourable Minister for Democratic Reform.
Speaker, we've introduced principal legislation that is fair for all provinces, Mr. Speaker. Quebec has 23% of the population and will have 23% of the seats in the House of Congress. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Fair Representation Act will bring every single province closer to representation by population. We on this side of the House are governing for all Canadians.
That concludes question period for today. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Over to your Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 7 petitions.
Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
In Order 92(3)(a), the committee hereby reports that it has concurred in the report of the Subcommittee on Private Members' Business advising that Bill C-292, an Act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, in brackets, victims' restitution and monetary awards for offenders, close brackets, should be designated non-votable.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi éminent.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Seconded by Mr. McKay. Scarborough-Guildwood moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Condemn Corruption and Impunity in Russia in the Case and Death of Sergei Magnitsky. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a bill entitled An Act to Condemn Corruption and Impunity in Russia in the Case and Death of Sergei Magnitsky. The tragic torture and death in detention of Russian lawyer Sergei Magnitsky, who uncovered the largest tax fraud in Russian history and paid for it with his life, is a looking glass into the pervasive culture of corruption and impunity implicating senior officials in Russia today. The bill notes that no objective official investigation has been conducted by the Russian government into the Magnitsky case, despite extensive documented evidence incriminating Russian officials in serious human rights violations, in the embezzlement of funds from the Russian treasury, and in the retaliation against Mr. Magnitsky. Nor have the individual persons been identified, apprehended, and brought to justice in Russia. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, this bill establishes a process by which the Canadian government must prepare a list of individuals responsible for the torture and death of Mr. Magnitsky, for the conspiracy to defraud the Russian Federation of taxes paid by the foreign investment company known as Hermitage, and for efforts to shield those culpable of these gross violations of human rights. It imposes on the listed individuals and their family members restrictions such that they are inadmissible for the purposes of entering or remaining in Canada. Mr. Speaker, the ongoing impunity, and indeed in this instance shocking impunity regarding Russian officials, is as scandalous as it is shocking. This legislation will uphold the rule of law, will assure Russian human rights defenders that they are not alone, will protect Canadian business interests in Russia, and in particular will remember and honour the heroic sacrifice of Sergei Magnitsky. He acted on behalf of all of us in his protection of the rule of law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kotler, seconded by Mr. McKay. Scarborough-Guildwood moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture of this projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the pleasure of presenting a petition on behalf of the residents of Rossport, Terrace Bay, and Scriber in support of restoring vital passenger rail service that was cut in the late 1980s. Petitioners note that rail is both environmentally friendly and efficient. Returning passenger rail to one of the most spectacular routes in the country along the north shore of Lake Superior through Thunder Bay will be a huge boost to North Shore communities and to rail tourism alike. The petitioners are asking for MPs to support motion M263 to return passenger rail along the beautiful north shore of Lake Superior to Thunder Bay and beyond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These 30 Canadians from Saskatchewan and Ontario want the government to ensure that the Holodomor and Canada's first national internment operations are permanently and prominently displayed at the Canadian Museum for Human Rights in Winnipeg. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to rise today to present petitions, 753 signatures from across Canada, petitions started by people within Saanich Gulf Islands concerned about the fate of sharks globally because of the single practice of killing the shark to have the fin to make shark fin soup. Earlier this very week, Toronto City Council took decisive action and voted at the municipal level, as many other municipalities are now doing, to ban shark fins. This petition asks that this House look at the issue, and I hope that we will also see a private member's bill on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for questions number Q133, Q135, and Q137 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the, 133, 135, 137? Is it the pleasure of the House that those questions be made orders for a return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
Reading of Bill C-19, ending the Long Gun Registry Act, and on the amendment of Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouat-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So to conclude my speech, I would like to mention two main points regarding C9, two arguments that I think were repeated and which deserve to be corrected. First, they talk about the cost of implementing the registry. When it was created, we're talking about $2 billion, which was higher than what was anticipated or announced by the Liberal government at the time, and it was a very astronomical amount, in fact. But the registry currently does exist. I found it interesting that the member for Caribou, Prince George, was asked a question by a member of his own party with regard to the annual costs, and he wasn't able to respond. I can tell you that the costs are now minimal for the program. The registry exists. We can use it. It's a bit like the situation of if we decide to renovate our house, it costs $10,000, and ultimately in the basement it costs $10,000 for the basement, but the real costs are much higher. Are we going to scrap the basement renovation because it's costs some money? Well, no, because it adds to the value. It costs $2 billion, and now we're eliminating the registry. They're saying this is a justifiable reason for doing it. The operational costs are minimal now, and the contribution and the benefits are high. As I said during question period, the other aspect that I'd like to bring forward is the fact that the Conservatives now are deciding and saying that they said so during the election campaign, but I didn't hear anything about this during the election campaign, that the abolition of the registry means that we have to completely destroy all the data, even if the provinces, even if Quebec in particular, would like to be able to keep the data so as to manage their own registry. And the member for both said that it was a federal jurisdiction. Well, criminal code is federal, yes, but the administration of justice is provincial, and the Sûreté of Quebec, the Quebec Police Force, is not federal. So we should be able to agree. The NDP has done its part to come to a position that will be a position that is between the Conservative position to abolish the gun registry and those who want to keep it, including the Canadian Association of Police Chiefs, and who say rightly so, and there were arguments that were put forward by a number of my colleagues who say that they use it repeatedly and regularly. I know that the police forces in my riding of Rimouski, Témiscouat, Nejet-les-Basques use it, and I know that they use it frequently, particularly where there is a risk or a danger of domestic violence. We can't just completely brush this argument aside out of hand, as the government has tried to do, and that's why the registry must be amended, yes, to eliminate the irritants that have been mentioned and that we continue to mention, and that I had talked about before question period. And yes, those irritants can be eliminated, but my constituents in my riding say that there are corrections that need to be made, such as the criminalization. We should be decriminalizing first offense for failure to register a gun. And there are other irritants, and the NDP is prepared to sit down with the government in order to eliminate these irritants and to ensure that the registry will move forward. It's an important issue. It's not a trivial one. It's not a dilatory one. It's a fundamental issue with regard to the makeup of Canadian society, and we're asking the government to amend C-19, but we will not be voting for C-19 as it stands. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport and Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I greatly enjoyed my colleague's speech. It reminded me of when we talk about the gun registry at a time when I had a number of colleagues who were hunters and fishers and who talked about how they felt they were being treated as criminals in this regard. And I was aware and sensitive to that argument. We must remember, Mr. Speaker, that obviously at the time there was the previous crisis caused by this government with regard to the same registry. Mr. Layton had made some proposals, so within our own caucus and to the government, to ensure that changes could be made so that people who had to register their gun in the registry could do so in a dignified manner and without being treated as possible criminals. So I would like my colleague to be able to talk a little bit more about this and ultimately to hold the hand out to this government so we can find a solution for all. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque. Thank you very much. Thank you for that question. And it talks about a subject that I would like to be able to go into greater depth on, and I will be able to do so now. With regard to the idea of treating hunters as potential criminals, the MPs that are putting forward that argument, the MPs on the government side, are impugning motives. And we all know gun owners, hunters, people with hunting rifles. The argument is fallacious, as when you talk about registering or licensing your car, because this would allow, obviously, police forces to trace people who are involved in hit and runs, but we don't treat all drivers and car owners as potential criminals. We know that these people with guns are mostly respecting the law, and yet there have been crimes committed using hunting rifles. 80% or more of domestic homicides are done with a hunting rifle, so there is no justification to abolish the registry. The statistics show that it helps with preventive measures and it helps police forces to do their jobs. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Marc Aurel Fortin. Good day, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask my distinguished colleague a question. Currently, we're talking about the gun registry and hunting rifles. A hunting rifle, a semi-automatic with a 30-shot charger is a lot. I don't think that a duck that is being attacked will turn into something else like a stuka and attack the hunter, nor will a deer. We're talking about the long guns. Long guns are not always hunting rifles. Sometimes they're weapons of war. Currently, we accept semi-automatic weapons with spots for 30 shots. This is a combat weapon, and I would like, Mr. Speaker, to know what we're going to do. If we get rid of the registry, what are we going to do, and how are we going to control those weapons of combat? The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque. Thank you very much, and thank you for that question. I think that the point raised by my colleague is a valid one, and that is why we need to work with the government in order to be able to eliminate the irritants, but also to ensure that the useful parts of this registry, which has been ignored by the government, will be conserved. Currently, the Conservative Party has this strategy, and this has existed since 2006 and even before, because we're talking about the creation of the registry, to polarize the debate, to say it's just black or white, it's one side or the other, you're for, you're against. The registry includes many more nuances. Of course, this benefits the Conservatives to abolish the registry, as well as with regard to the funds they can collect. But with the technical aspects of the debate have been ignored. The colleague from Burnaby Douglas said that since 2006 we've had little debate on the issue. We're asking the Conservatives to work with us to eliminate the irritants and to be able to keep the registry.
Resuming debate, I please the débat.
Resuming debate.
To the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak to Bill C-19, the Ending of the Long Gun Registry Act. I've been very interested in hearing from the different portions of the debate and how they've gone over in the House over the last few days. You know, 2 years ago, my colleague, Candace Hopner, introduced the Private Members Bill C-391, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Firearms Act. We were defeated by a mere 2 votes on our last Parliament against the expressed wishes of responsible Canadian gun owners. Now, although my medical practice and my home are located in the wonderful riding of Simcoe Grey, I was born and raised in northern Alberta, Fort McMurray, and in Brandon, Manitoba. Both are areas of the country that it gave me a deep appreciation of the quality of life found in rural Canada, just as my own riding does. In fact, my grandfather was an avid duck hunter as well as a farmer, and I know that today he would be heartened that our government has stood on the side of law-abiding firearms owners, including farmers, duck hunters, and rural Canadians in every region of the country. Now, in my riding of Simcoe Grey, we're fortunate to have many retired seniors from regions all across the country who have made our riding their home. Many of them have moved from northern Ontario and rural regions across the country where hunting, fishing, and sport shooting are common practice. My constituency is also fortunate to have many members of the farming community, whether that be the Beattie family, the McNabb family, or Tom Walsh, the Mayor of Adula. Members of this community, as you know, use long guns as one of the main tools to keep their property and livestock safe from coyotes, foxes, and other vermin. When you put this all together, Mr. Speaker, it means that there is a great number of my constituents that cared very passionately about the long gun registry. And it's something that I heard about repeatedly as I went door to door in the last election, from Creemore to Stayner to Loretto. And it continues to be something my constituents take extremely seriously. In fact, my office has literally been getting hundreds of letters on this issue. Make no mistake, my constituents are expecting our government to deliver on our commitment to scrap the long gun registry. And that is what we intend to do. Clearly, this is an issue that brings out strong emotions in people. We have heard our passionate arguments from members across the floor, and while I respect their passion, I'm going to also point out that many of the facts are simply wrong. You know, one of the points we hear from the opposition is that long gun registry saves lives. We're told it prevents crimes and violence. We're told that having this piece in place makes people safer. Mr. Speaker, these statements are not only incorrect, but they create a false sense of security where it should not exist. Registering a long gun doesn't prevent it from being used in a violent manner. I recognized this when I saw injuries come through the emergency department regularly when I worked as a resident at Sunnybrook Health Sciences Centre. A long gun registry doesn't prevent crimes from happening. In fact, the opposition have cited many tragic examples of gun crimes that happened over the past years, and the registry actually did nothing to stop these crimes. These crimes took place despite having a long gun registry. In addition, the registry is not an effective method of gun control. Gun controls occur within the licensing process, which has nothing to do with the long gun registry. The registry is not an effective tool for either law enforcement, to prevent crime, or to target criminals. In fact, all it does is make criminals out of law-abiding gun owners. And considering its $2 billion cost to date, that is simply not an effective use of taxpayers' dollars. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've said that this is one of the key issues that was of concern to my constituents during the last election. And it was an issue upon which our government was very clear. Bill C-19 will ensure that our government can end the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry once and for all. As you know, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-19 includes 2 important components. First, it will end the requirement that compels law-abiding long gun owners to register their non-registered firearms, notably their long guns. Firearm owners who wish to acquire a firearm of ammunition may still be required to, first, have their criminal record regarded by the issuer of the license, pass a firearm safety course, and comply with all firearm safety, storage, and transportation requirements. With this bill, the government will end the practice of criminalizing Canadian hunters, farmers, sports shooters for engaging in a way of life that's part of what we view as the fabric of this country. Bill C-19 also ensures that the records of this registry will be destroyed. We've heard members from the opposition suggest that in no uncertain terms that the data that was collected for the purposes of the long gun registry should be shared amongst the provinces so that they can set up their own registry if they choose. Mr. Speaker, when our government makes a commitment to scrap the long gun registry, there was no caveat to this commitment. We did not promise to rid Canadians of the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry only to turn around and facilitate its correction elsewhere. We said we would scrap the registry. We will do that, and we will destroy the records. What has become increasingly clear over the past few days is that the NDP, should they ever gain power, would have no qualms in resurrecting this long gun registry. I know that this runs counter to the wishes of many of their constituents in many of the rural ridings they represent. I cannot imagine turning the backs on my constituents in the manner that they are now suggesting. Mr. Speaker, Canadians gave our government a strong mandate to keep focused on the economy and keep our streets and communities safer. While we are working to fulfill our promise to scrap the long gun registry, we're also continuing to work to deliver safer streets, better jobs, and a brighter future for Canadians. We made a clear point in the last campaign to eliminate the gun registry. A failure to follow through on that clear promise would only undermine the faith Canadians have in the political system, many of whom already have doubts on the willingness of politicians to live up to their commitments. I'm proud to be part of a government that respects its promises, delivers on its commitments, and stands for the things that matter to Canadians across the country. That's why I'm proud today to stand in support of Bill C-19. To be clear, it is wasteful, it is ineffective, and it does not prevent crime. It targets Canadians like my constituents in Simcoe Grey, who are law-abiding long gun owners. It's time for it to end. I hope that the honourable members opposite will take into due consideration and join our government as we work to scrap the long gun registry once and for all. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honourable Deputy de Beauport-Limoilou.
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've already said to an African friend, it isn't easy to replace a person. $2 billion was the cost of setting this registry up, but it could function, at least if people didn't interfere with it, because this government over the last 5 years has looked for every means possible of making this registry something that works well. It's like having a car and refusing to change the oil regularly and doing other regular maintenance and trying to drive it with flat tires almost. So how can my colleague really go along with all of this and justify the destruction of this registry?
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his question. You know, we've been extremely clear, and as I mentioned in my notes, we were clear with our constituents that we will scrap the long gun registry. Unlike the members opposite, whether that be Charlie Angus or Malcolm Allen, individuals that said that they would...
I know I'm the parliamentary secretary. I'm sure I don't have to remind her that...
the member from Timmins St.
That would be quite well.
These individuals said they would scrap the registry and then flip-flopped. Mr. Speaker, we stand by our promises to stand with law-abiding farmers, duck hunters, and rural Canadians in every region of the country and scrap the long gun registry.
Questions and comments? Question or commentaire?
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, only fools never change their minds, and what I find unreasonable in all of this is that we have offered many proposals to improve things, and it's one thing to talk directly to gun owners and users who make reasonable use of their weapons. As I said in this House, I have friends who are hunters and who said with a lot of emotion that they didn't like having to answer these questions that made them feel like criminals. And I understand that. It's normal. We're aware of that. And that is why my colleagues here, in the end, support the leader and vote down a previous bill that was put forward by this government.
Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do take exception to be calling a fool in the House of Commons, and I'll await the member's response on apologizing to myself. But as I mentioned before, we will be scrapping the long gun registry. We are standing behind those law-abiding farmers, duck hunters, and individuals that use long guns for sport, unlike those NDP members, whether it be the member from Sackville Eastern Shore, the member from Sudbury, the member from Algoma Manitoulin, all of which said they would scrap the registry and now have flip-flopped.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was present in the Public Accounts Committee when the Auditor General actually brought a report and talked about the flawed nature of the data that was within the report. So my colleague, profession previous to coming to the House of Commons, is a physician, and she might want to elaborate on just how dangerous it is to try and deal with flawed data when you're trying to be a professional. In this case, of course, I'm talking about law enforcement agencies, and maybe she can allude to the fact about the data that still is available and that which is for licensing, which all provinces do, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. You know, evidence-based data is data we can act on. In the case of what my colleague had commented on, this data is not clean data. This is not data that can be utilized in an effective manner. But as I also mentioned in my speech, data doesn't save lives. Making sure that individuals that need to be accountable, those individuals that are causing the grief on our streets, the reason why patients end up in emergency departments, those aren't law-abiding long gun owners like we are dealing with here. Those are criminals that need to be taken off our streets. In this case, we're standing up for those law-abiding duck hunters, farmers, individuals that are just carrying on their daily lives, like my constituents in Simcoe Grey. Very different than those criminals on the street that we need to make sure are taken into custody.
Absolutely.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me an opportunity to join in the debate. Let me say that I rise as much in, more in sadness than in anger, given that during some of the time of the development of the registry, I was the Solicitor General of Ontario, responsible for this file, was very supportive, as was the government that I was a member of. And so I understand the background. I understand why this was brought about. I understand and accept and agree with the ultimate goals of why this was brought in. But I have to say, Speaker, what's probably most disappointing is the government's continuing propensity to find issues that are wedge issues and pit one region against the other in Canada, one province against the other. Much of the debate here, not all of it, but much of the debate really is about the differences in the lifestyles of people in the various parts of Canada, and demonizing on either side, quite frankly, is not helpful if the purpose is to build a better, stronger Canada, and in this case, a better, stronger, safer Canada. And Jack Layton invested a lot of his political currency in this file. I'd like to read, and it's been read into the record. I wish to read it again during part of my submission today, Speaker, if I can. And this is the words of Jack Layton, our former leader, in August of 2010. Stopping gun violence has been a priority for rural and urban Canadians. There's no good reason why we shouldn't be able to sit down with goodwill and open minds. There's no good reason why we shouldn't be able to build solutions that bring us together. But that sense of shared purpose has been the silent victim of the gun registry debate. Mr. Harper has been no help. I'm sorry, the Prime Minister, having called somebody else. I definitely apologize, and to a colleague that I called on it earlier. The Prime Minister has been no help at all. Instead of driving for solutions, he has used this issue to drive wedges between Canadians. The Conservatives are stoking resentments as a fundraising tool to fill their election war chest. The Prime Minister is pitting Canadian region against Canadian region with his all-or-nothing showdown. This is un-Canadian. This kind of divisiveness, pitting one group against another, is the poisonous politics of the United States, not the nation-building politics of Canada." End quote. When the issue came up, Jack was under incredible pressure to whip the vote, Speaker, because of his strong advocacy to diminish and eliminate violence of all sorts, particularly domestic violence, violence against women. And had the registry gone down on that vote, his legacy would not have been the proud one that he ended his life with. And he made proposals for changes to recognize and respect, because that was the cornerstone of Jack Layton's political life, respect. Respect the legitimate concerns of women in this country who are seeing far too many other women being killed at the hands of their own partners using guns. But also, Speaker, to be fair, the lifestyle in the northern parts of our country, and I've been privileged enough to be in the high Arctic, in the Northwest, to stand in the Northwest Passage. It doesn't take long to understand that there's a whole different life there, as in northern, the life in rural areas of our provinces, and in the extreme corners of our provinces. We are so big that these regional issues are tensions we deal with all the time. And what upset Jack the most was a government that was deliberately willing to exacerbate those built-in natural tensions that are part of trying to govern Canada, given the extremities and the differences that exist in how we live our daily lives in this country. And so again, Speaker, it's much more with sadness than anger that I rise. And I only have a few minutes, so I'll get what I can in the short time I have. But in terms of defending why the registry should stay, under any other circumstance, Speaker, the debate for the government would begin and end with this one quote: "The registry gives officers information that keeps them safe. If the registry is taken from us, police officers may guess, but they cannot know. It could get them killed." That's the quote from the Chief of Police in Toronto, Chief William Blair, and he happens to also be President of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. But there's not just one. Quote, "Scrapping the federal firearms registry will put our officers at risk and undermine our ability to prevent and solve crimes." That quote is from Chief Daniel Parkinson, and he's the president of the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police. Now, under any other circumstance, Speaker, if two prominent police chiefs, heads of national and provincial organizations, came out with statements like that, that would automatically be the policy of this government. And yet, here we are in this bizarre situation where the Conservative government, the ones who do everything they can to wear the brand of law and order, going against the advice of the President of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, and in the case of my province, the President of the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police. Now, we will hear members get up and talk about some rank-and-file members, and they'll give comments like this. But make no mistake, Speaker, under any other condition, this government would recognize that while these chiefs are not on the front line anymore, they are the individuals that we task with making the decisions about which of our officers and when put themselves in harm's way. You know, sometimes it's harder to put somebody else's life at risk when you're a commander of people than it is to put your own life at risk. And here's these chiefs who have to make those soul-searing decisions, saying, please don't do this. To quote Chief Blair, it could get them killed. In my view, there needn't be any further debate in the real world, but we're in this place. It's different. Now, on the other side of it, Speaker, and I realize my time's getting around, I'm just going to keep going. In 2 minutes, you just stand up and I'll sit down, Speaker, of course. This one is from the Federal Victims Ombudsman, Sue O'Sullivan. And she said this: though there are varying points of view, the majority of victims groups we have spoken with continue to support keeping the long gun registry, end quote. If I can, Speaker, it's interesting that this government always talks about caring about victims, just like they always talk about caring about our soldiers. But, you know, they're great in the rhetoric, and you hear the here, and you mention soldiers, and they stand up and start saluting all over the place. But you know what? The reality is that it's been the NDP that's been standing up for those soldiers when they come back here and are no longer there for the parades and the send-offs. It's been our caucus members that have stood up for the plight of ordinary veterans who are living in poverty and facing all kinds of medical challenges, and this government's not responding to them. Well, this is the same issue. So we've got the police chiefs on the one hand, we've got our federal victims ombudsman, both of them saying, do not get rid of this registry, please, for the interest of the women in our society and in the interest of the officers that we ask to go out and protect us day to day. The argument should be straightforward. It is for us on this side. We will continue to press to preserve this. I haven't had time to talk about the scorched earth policy of eliminating all the data. Maybe we can get into that in Q&As. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know whether the member's practicing for a movie role or not, but I guess you don't have to deal with facts when you're just trying to make some sort of a display of your oratory skills. But listen to this, Mr. Speaker. That party is the most hypocritical party that we've ever seen in the House, because they sit here in the House and they vote time after time after time for the anti-crime bills that this government has put forward. Every crime bill that we put forward, they voted against. And now they have the audacity to stand up in this House and support a gun registry bill that doesn't mean diddly to any person with a criminal intent to use it, whether it's got a registered number on it or not. I mean, goodness sakes, there's millions of illegal firearms in this country that are committing the majority of the crimes every single day all across the country. Those people using those firearms don't care whether they're registered or not, and the police terrain themselves before they go to a scene to anticipate that there could be a firearm in there, whether there's a gun registry or not.
Honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, thanks, Speaker. I'm sure there was an important point in that rant. You want facts. Speaker, how much more factual do we have to get than the Chief of Police of Toronto, who's the president of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police? It's not just something we're making up here. And I made the point in my remarks, and I meant it. Under any other circumstance, the government would be the one standing up and quoting what police chiefs are saying when it comes to fighting crime and keeping Canadians safe. And yet here's the government standing up, accusing us, who are quoting the police chiefs, the most prominent police chiefs in Canada, and accusing us of playing some kind of game. I would ask the member to look seriously in the mirror in terms of who's playing games with Canadian safety.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I heard the comments from the member for Simcoe Grey, and there are 2 points I would like to raise. I'd like to have his comments or her comments as well. This is a doctor who's just said that the data does not save lives. She's basing this on every day in her practice. She bases her work on data. I can't see how she could say that the data, including what the kind of data you could find in the firearms registry, won't save lives. Well, data saves lives. In terms of the registry now, I'd like to refer my colleague to a comment made by someone at the women's shelter in Rimouski. When a woman who is a victim of abuse is at home and in danger, the police officers consider the potential weapon that could be in that house. And this women's shelter says that there is at least one query from the police officers in this area in Rimouski. And this is coming strictly from the women's shelter, which is in my riding, one of 308 in this country. If that is the comment from the women's shelter, could it not be confirmed that in fact it is a registry and data that is useful for the entire country, specifically in areas of domestic violence?
Hamilton Centre.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his attention and his question, and he's absolutely right. He is absolutely right in terms of the importance of the registry. We can all debate what we think happens when police officers pull up in front of a place. We can all debate what we think all of this means, but let's remember what the leadership of the police community in Canada is saying. But let's also recognize that as of September 30th, 2011, the Canadian Firearms Registry is accessed 17,402 times a day. I'll tell you, if there's even one of those that relates to my daughter, I'd rather be on the side of safety and have the information, because the opposite is what we currently have. And so, Speaker, we're trying. We really are, from the victim's point of view, from the community's point of view, recognizing there's different pressures here and how to view this from around the country, and most importantly, from the police leadership in Canada. We're trying to put forward the fact that the registry makes a difference and it ought to stay. Women of Canada deserve to have this registry in place, and they deserve to know that their parliament cares about them and their lives.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Agriculture.
I'm proud to rise today to speak to Bill C-19, the Ending the Long Gun Registry Act. My colleagues have spoken very passionately about the need to end this wasteful and ineffective registry, and I am very glad that the moment has arrived when we are actually able to abolish this registry.
Since being elected in 2006, I have been clear with my constituents. I do not support the long gun registry, which criminalizes law-abiding farmers, hunters, and target shooters, but which does nothing to keep guns out of the hands of criminals.
To keep my promise to scrap it, which is more than I can say for those NDP and Liberal MPs from rural ridings who have long spoken about wanting to end the long gun registry, but who vote to continue it whenever they are asked to take a stand on the matter. I will do as I said, Mr. Speaker, as will my Conservative colleagues, and we will abolish this Liberal bureaucratic mess which infringes on the freedoms of Canadians. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, as you may know, I represent a rural riding, a riding where farming is a way of life. Farmers earn their livelihood from the land, but there are times when they need to protect their livelihood. And that means, Mr. Speaker, that there's a large group of people who I represent who own shotguns or rifles simply as a tool for maintaining their livelihood. The fact of the matter is that the long gun registry treats these people who work hard and are law-abiding citizens who provide food for all Canadians as if they were dangerous criminals.
Of farmers, hunters, and sport shooters is wrong. How is it possible that imposing needless and extensive red tape on these people is going to stop crime elsewhere? What is the connection between regulating the long gun in the hands of a farmer in my riding and stopping gun crime in Toronto or Montreal or Winnipeg. There is absolutely none, Mr. Speaker. And what is worse is that the resources being used to administer the long gun registry could be used elsewhere to actually fight crime and protect victims. Mr. Speaker, this issue of the long gun registry demonstrates clearly the fundamental disconnect between opposition MPs and rural Canadians. And Canadians see this disconnect. Canadians elected Conservative members of Parliament on May 2nd, including notably not a single Liberal MP from a rural riding here in Ontario. And it is not hard to see why, Mr. Speaker. Former Liberal Minister of Justice, Alan Rock, the individual who implemented the long gun registry on behalf of his Liberal government, stated his view that, quote, only the police and military should have access to firearms. Now, this is a ludicrous statement, Mr. Speaker. Take my situation, for example. As this House knows, Mr. Speaker, I served in our Canadian Army for 20 years. During that time, I was trained on, carried, and fired guns of all description: pistols, rifles, light machine guns, heavy machine guns, automatic grenade launchers, etc. I also trained other soldiers in their safe operation, and I acted in the capacity of range safety officer on many occasions. The Liberal position enunciated by Alan Rock would be that, despite all of this training, experience, and responsibility, that now that I am retired, I should have no access to firearms as a hunter or a sports shooter. And to make it worse, I should be criminalized by the long gun registry if, for whatever reason, I missed a long gun registration deadline, even if it was not my fault. This situation must change, Mr. Speaker, and I am very pleased and proud that we now have the opportunity to change it.
I also draw attention to a statement that the Liberal member from Mount Royal said, in which he stated that destroying long gun registry records was destroying evidence. I'm a generous man, Mr. Speaker, and it is my hope that he misspoke. I say this because the implication of his statement is that somehow rural Canadians who own a firearm are somehow criminals on whom evidence must be collected whether or not a crime is actually committed. Mr. Speaker, it is this attitude of opposition members which we fundamentally reject on this side of the House. Hunters, farmers, and sports shooters are not the individuals that we should be targeting in an effort to keep our streets and communities safe from gun violence. We should be targeting criminals, and we should be continuing the clear and concrete steps that our Conservative government has taken in this regard, measures which I might add the opposition opposes. So the opposition parties strongly oppose crime-fighting measures that will work, and they strongly support those that don't.
It is clear to the experts, safer streets and communities come from tough, effective laws and from smart crime prevention programming. Our government has taken concrete actions in both of these areas. Whether it is through increasing sentences for crimes involving guns, increasing sentences for gang crime, putting more police on the streets, or improving investments in crime prevention, our government believes in effective crime-fighting measures. These are the kind of measures that keep Canadians safe, not increasing bureaucracy, paperwork, and red tape on law-abiding Canadians with the threat of a criminal record if they don't. But don't take my word for it. Let me read the following quote. Quote, the federal government has recently introduced a bill to end the long gun registry introduced by the Liberals in the mid-1990s. University of Ottawa criminologist Ron Melkers said the registry has had little to do with the decline in firearm homicides, adding that its absence will also make little difference, unquote. This is what the experts are saying, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to address a common inaccuracy used by the NDP and Liberals. They say, well, we register cars and boats, why not guns? The fact of the matter is that if I am late filling out the paperwork to register my car, I get a small fine. If I am late to fill out the paperwork to register my shotgun, under the current system, I am threatened with being charged, convicted, given a criminal record, and perhaps being sent to jail. Another point about the registration of cars and boats is that you only have to register them if you are going to use them. You can store your car in your backyard or garage and leave it unregistered for as long as you want. It is only once you start using that car that you then have to have it registered. However, if I store a long gun in a locked storage container in my basement and I don't look at it for 15 years, it has to be registered that whole time, or else I am committing a criminal act under the present long gun registry. Faire des tireurs sportifs, des agriculteurs et des chasseurs.
Creating criminals out of law-abiding rural hunters, farmers, and sports shooters is not effective gun control, Mr. Speaker. Our bill before the House today is really quite simple. It does exactly what our government has promised, which is to end the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry. There are no complications. This is simply a yes or no, for or against vote. Do you support subjecting farmers to needless bureaucracy because of their occupation? Do you support treating hunters like criminals because they own firearms?
Constituent stand, and that is why I'll be voting to support the Ending the Long Gun Registry Act. And I call on all members opposite to do the same, and don't just listen to me. The NDP member for Western Arctic said, quote, "They say the long gun registry is effective, but effective for what?" The NDP member from Timmins, James Bay, said, quote, "What rural people were concerned with is wasting money tracking down your grandfather's 20-gauge rifle as opposed to putting money into urban gun violence," unquote. There are many other similar statements that have been made by both NDP and Liberal MPs who are members of the House today. It is my hope, Mr. Speaker, that they will reflect on words that they themselves have spoken, that they will represent the will of their constituents, and that when the time comes to vote, they will do the right thing and stand in their place and vote to end the expensive and ineffective long gun registry, which has criminalized responsible and law-abiding Canadians for far too long. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable Deputy.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, from the government side, we see here what's happening. They're imputing motives. No one in this House considers law-abiding farmers, hunters, and target shooters criminals. And what the member did say is the fact of, criminalizing people that do not subscribe to the registry or register their weapons. And that's precisely what the NDP was trying to get rid of, the irritants. And we still could do this. The member that just spoke, in fact, seemed to be saying that it's a black and white issue, it's for or against, but I think the reality of the matter is somewhere in between. So why is it that this member who just spoke in the House is refusing to work with the NDP to get rid of the irritants, to help the police forces at the same time do their job? The arguments from my colleague from Hamilton were also quite clear. The police forces need the registry and they use it on a regular basis. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It must be said that the question is simple. Why is it the NDP is refusing to work with the government to abolish the long gun registry? Because the registry doesn't work. It is not helping police officers combat crime, and we need to establish the measures and put certain measures in place that can help. Every time we try to do this, the NDP votes against it. Whenever we try to include more funding in the budget for the police forces, the NDP votes against that. But today, I'm not sure whether my colleague across the way comes from a rural riding, but if so, I'm almost sure, Mr. Speaker, that the farmers and hunters in his riding would like to see this registry scrapped. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, frontline police officers have told me that because there are so many illegal firearms in Canada, so many unregistered firearms, that, and speaking of domestic violence, that whenever they attend a domestic violence situation, even if it says, even if there's no record of any firearm being in that particular residence, they always treat a situation like that as if there could be a firearm inside that resident. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, they've made their case, contrary to what the police chiefs have said in the previous member statements. I wonder if my honourable colleague could verify comments that he may have heard in this regard as to the police preparedness training when they're going to go to a domestic violence situation.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that question. I've spoken to police officers in my riding as well. They've expressed exactly the same concern, and that is they treat all situations as high-risk situations. They have no confidence in the gun registry because the gun registry is riddled with errors. So the gun registry may say there's a gun in this home when in fact there isn't. It may say that there's no gun in this home when in fact there is. They have no confidence in it, so they treat all situations as high-risk situations. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, I'll just take a moment to point out what I see to be quite logical. When a crime is committed with a long gun that has been registered with the long gun registry, it is quite evident that that crime was not prevented by the long gun registry. The long gun registry has failed in preventing that crime from occurring with a registered long gun. When a crime is committed with a long gun that has not been registered for whatever reason with the registry, it is quite obvious that once again the long gun registry has failed in its ability to stop that crime with the non-registered long gun. So I really must put it back to my opposition colleagues. They keep saying how effective this long gun registry is in preventing crime, and yet I've given two opposite examples that show that the long gun registry has no role to play in preventing crime, and I think they must answer that question, Mr. Speaker, because the long gun registry, it oppresses law-abiding Canadians, and law-abiding Canadians are the ones that register their guns, not the criminals, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. For the piece of debate, l'honourable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to speak in the House on Bill C-19 once again. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are showing their ideological narrow-mindedness by seeking to abolish the Canadian Firearm Registry. This registry is ardently defended by our police forces and by the majority of Canadians, but this government has decided once again to ignore reality. The arguments in favor of the bill are unconvincing, whereas the arguments against are numerous, supported by data and by groups working to defend Canadians. Yes, the initial cost of the registry was exorbitant, but it has already been paid for by Canadian taxpayers. Abolishing the registry will not bring back the $1 billion that has been spent on it. According to the RCMP, abolishing the registry will lead only to direct savings of several $1 million. And that is what the lives of thousands of people are worth. If the government claims to want to abolish the registry to save money, might as well say that to it, a life is worth nothing. But it is this so-called savings that has nothing. That is nothing with regard to the inevitable increase in the cost of police investigations that abolishing the registry will cause to occur. In other words, the main argument of the Conservatives to abolish the registry is just a ridiculous untruth. The other argument frequently put forward by the Conservatives to destroy the registry is that it is supposedly ineffective. This argument does not hold water if police forces consult the registry over 17,000 a day by 17,000 times a day and want the registry to be maintained. It allows police officers to better plan their operations when they have to respond to a call, which helps to ensure greater safety of our police forces. This also helps to cut the costs of police investigations. When a long gun is used in the commission of a crime, police officers can easily retrace the weapon and its user. The registry has also helped to save many lives. In fact, even if the majority of murders are committed with a handgun, long guns are responsible for the majority of domestic homicides and suicides involving a firearm. Various women's rights associations would like the registry to be maintained year after year. Long guns are used in 2 out of 3 murders involving firearms. The registry has helped to greatly reduce the number of domestic homicides. For example, there are 3 times fewer domestic homicides committed with long guns in 2007 than were committed in 1996, and despite the population growth, this demonstrates how useful the registry is. These long guns cause even more damage in Canadian society when we include suicides. Year after year, nearly 60% of gun-related suicides were committed using a long gun. The registry enables us to determine quickly if, for example, someone who is depressed has a firearm, and this allows the authorities to save many lives. The number of long gun suicides dropped to 569 in 2001 from 475 in 2004, proving once again that this registry is effective. And we know that the majority of gun-related homicides are suicides. It's essential for the government to take action. This government is irresponsible, prefers to ignore the facts by putting forward a bill that will lead to the death of hundreds of Canadians. The survivors of various massacres that occurred in Canada would also like the registry to be maintained. The Conservatives say on the one hand that they support victims of crime, but they ignore and then they abandon those victims when their position differs from that of the Conservative ideology. This government is illogical. It says it wants to make our streets safer by imposing repressive bills, but it wants to allow firearms to circulate freely. This shows how twisted the Conservative ideology is. Furthermore, one of the main reasons for the failure of the registry is that the Conservatives have not enforced the law. They give an amnesty to offenders since 2006, and it's sending the message that the registry-related laws are not important, and it's supporting those who break the law. And this means that millions of weapons are not registered. What credibility does this irresponsible government have when it says the registry is ineffective when it is directly responsible for its failures? The Conservatives have constantly sabotaged the registry since 2006. For a government that claims to want to ensure that laws are enforced, it is rather sending the message that only those laws that are consistent with the Conservative ideology must be enforced and followed. Unfortunately, that's not all, Mr. Speaker. A number of provinces, including Quebec, want the registry to remain, and the Conservatives are completely ignoring those provinces. This government prefers instead to completely abolish the registry instead of providing the data to the provinces. This shows the contempt that the Conservatives have for our fellow citizens. Must we remind the government that all Canadians paid for the registry, not just the Conservatives and the Conservative Party. The people in the provinces want to keep the registry, and they paid for it. And are they not entitled to have what they paid for? The Conservatives, blinded by their backwards ideology, want to destroy at any price the registry without even giving the data to the provinces. The provinces will then have to spend their own money, our money, to create a registry from scratch. The Conservatives are showing their contempt for the provinces, and particularly for Quebecers, who voted 84% against the Conservative Party. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, we saw yesterday a motion that was adopted at the National Assembly of Quebec, which said that they want the federal government to transfer the data from the registry, the gun registry, to the Quebec government. Another argument that is put forward by the Conservatives to destroy the registry is that it violates the freedoms of gun owners by imposing administrative constraints upon them. This does not hold water. Only 2 million people are affected by the administrative constraints. And yet Canada has a population of nearly 35 million. Why do we want to therefore destroy the registry and sacrifice the majority to save a very small minority from this administrative nuisances associated with the registry? Should we stop registering and licensing cars? Yet there are many more car owners and users than guns. Of course, registering cars does not oppose the Conservative ideology. Mr. Speaker, it's terrible that this irresponsible government is trying once again to destroy this registry. Once again, this government is lying to Canadians to justify its actions. Once again, the government is getting its marching orders from the U.S., this time from the powerful gun lobbies. It's time for the government to start to listen to reason and facts. Abolishing the registry will lead to an increased number of suicides and domestic homicides. The abolition of the registry will make the jobs of our police officers more difficult and more dangerous. I could go on for hours, Mr. Speaker, but I would say the Conservatives have a backward ideology that is dictating their position. I will continue to defend all Canadians, and I will strongly oppose this irresponsible bill. And I now await questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his intervention. It was interesting to listen to. And as he knows, pardon me, some of his colleagues in the NDP have introduced a bill to actually fix some of the problems with the registry, because I think it would be a bit foolish to say that it is perfect. Everything can always stand to improve. And I know he would agree with me, my colleague would agree with me, that the Conservatives are playing really divisive politics with this bill. They're pitting urban against rural, they're pitting Canadians against each other, and they're refusing to compromise on anything. But my question for the member is, would he be willing to consider amendments, to consider a different bill, to consider ways that we could actually improve the registry? Or is this just something that he and his party are blindly hoping to save at all costs?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
The member for question. I mean, there's, in my speech I spoke about the Conservative ideology and they can't help themselves. But once again, it's politics of division. In this case, we see men versus women. It's a clear case of where they want to create divisions between the men and the women. They've done it with the poor against the rich. They've done it with the middle class and lower class. They've done it with the religious, non-religious, the urban and the rural. And this is just a continuous process. I'm hoping that if hopefully the bill does not pass second reading, but if it does in committee, we're able to put forward some amendments, and that the Conservative government is willing to acknowledge that some bills need to be amended, and that they're going to be able to work with members from both the NDP and the Liberal Party to make this bill a proper bill. If they don't want to listen to members of Parliament, they can always listen to some of the members from provincial legislators, legislatives like the National Assembly, who just passed a motion yesterday, I'll say it in English, saying that they support the gun registry. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for your time, and hopefully I'll get more questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as you know, I spoke earlier today on exactly this same bill. My question for the member opposite is that as I mentioned when I was speaking, when I make a commitment to my constituents, as my colleagues on this side of the House do, we keep it. We said that we would abolish the long gun registry, and we're doing exactly that. The member opposite has colleagues from Malpeque, colleague from Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, his member and colleague from Avalon. What are they going to say to their constituents about their flip-flop on the long gun registry? They said before they would scrap it. Now they're not. What do they plan to say to their constituents? We've made a commitment to our constituents. We're scrapping the long gun registry. We're keeping our commitments. What are they saying to theirs?
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for the question, but that's exactly my point. That's what I was saying. Forget about the divisive part, because that's understandable. That's going to happen in every question that they ask. But the fact is that some of the members in this party have decided that that's the way to go. It took a while, but we finally convinced. If you look at the last 2 votes on the gun registry, every single member of Parliament from the Liberal Party supported the maintaining of the gun registry. It's very simple. There's members on the Conservative Party that want to abolish it, but they're so scared of the Prime Minister, they won't do it. The Liberal Party is known for having an open policy. The Conservatives should wake up and allow everybody a free vote, and then we'd see if we'd get a proper bill out of this chamber or not. Come on.
We have the time for a short question and response. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this bill is actually quite consistent with the policies of this government, which is generally evidence-free government. Just as it doesn't seem to matter how many times you tell them that the minimum mandatories don't work, they pursue it as well. So I was listening to one of the Conservative members who said that it's actually better that there be no gun registry, because when the police approach a situation, they always approach as if there is. So in this particular case, they're actually downloading their evidence-free philosophy onto the police. So we'd rather not know that there's something in the registry when we approach the house. Now, does that make any sense whatsoever?
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel.
Great question.
Evidence-free government.
He's still asking the question. It was such a great question. He's still asking it. I want to thank the member for the question. He's a hard-working member, and I know that he's been here for a while, so he knows all the issues. But maybe I can simplify it. The only similarity that I can see is that, when you want to go home and you're hungry, but you're not sure what's in the fridge, but you still know that there's going to be some food there. There may be some things missing, but at least when you go home there'll be some food in the fridge. It's the same thing. If you're a policeman and know that there's a gun in that house, you're going to be prepared differently than if you know that there is no gun there. So if you speak to any policeman, there are different ways to getting prepared for an operation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's indeed an honour for me to rise in my place and speak and contribute to the debate on Bill C-19, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Firearms Act, also known as the Ending the Long Gun Registry Act. Mr. Speaker, several members on this side of the House have opened their interventions by talking about their personal history with respect to firearms, and I think I ought to do the same. I don't own any firearms. I can count on one hand the number of times I've used a firearm, and I can state for the record I don't really even like firearms. So for me, this is not an issue about firearms. This is an issue about liberty. It's about individual liberty, and it's an issue concerning the role of the state, and I would suggest the tendency over the last 2 or 3 decades of the state encroaching upon the rights of law-abiding citizens and the individual liberties of Canadians. So that is the perspective and the lens on which I assess the merits and the values of the long gun registry that was brought in the mid-1990s by a previous government, Mr. Speaker. Now, as a libertarian, I must concede that we compromise on our libertarian values every day of the week. For example, when I arrived here in Parliament Hill this morning in a motor vehicle, you have to respect certain rules of the road. You can only drive on the right-hand side. You have to observe speed limits and traffic control devices, both for your own individual safety and obviously for the safety of other pedestrians and other operators of vehicles. I accept that. So any law or any regulation or any registration or any registry to be valid and to be legitimate, I think has to pass 3 tests. And those tests, Mr. Speaker, are the following. It has to serve a valid purpose. It has to be effective in achieving that purpose. And thirdly, it has to do so in a cost-effective manner. And I would submit to you, Mr. Speaker, and to the members of the House that the long gun registry fails on at least 2 out of those 3 tests. Is there a valid purpose? I suspect there actually is. The long gun registry, as you know, was implemented in response to a very, very tragic event at École Polytechnique in Montreal. It was a tragic, tragic incident, one of the black marks in Canadian history, and there was considerable political pressure to do something to protect women and protect citizens generally against the violence of firearms. So the government of the day's response, I think, was legitimate. I actually don't share the view of some of the members on this side of the House that the purpose of the bill was to criminalize hunters and farmers. I actually don't think that was the purpose. That's what happened, but I don't think that was the purpose. I think I'm going to give the former government the benefit of the doubt that it actually was a legitimate purpose, although not well thought out. So the second test is the registry or is the legislation effective in achieving that purpose? And I say unequivocally that it is not. And it was not from the beginning because it was not thought out properly. And the members of the House, such as the member from Prince George, who has been here since the infancy of the long gun registry, predicted back then, and they maintain to this day, that you cannot effectively control violence with guns by targeting lawful law-abiding gun owners. And that's consistent with any matter of policing, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I live in the city of Edmonton where there's been over 40 murders this year, incidentally not one by a long gun. The weapon of choice most frequently used in Edmonton when there are murders are knives, but that's a story for another day. But the police, of course, use their resources to police neighborhoods and parts of Edmonton where they know crime occurs with greater prevalence and where criminal elements are known to exist. They don't routinely and frequently patrol the neighborhoods where law-abiding citizens are known to exist. So when the authors of this registry decided that they were going to force legitimate gun owners, such as sportsmen, such as hunters, such as trappers, to register their weapons, they went after the wrong people. And it was, as was predicted and what should have been known and which was argued, if you check the debates on C-68, I think it was known then and so now that criminals simply do not register their weapons. So the program was ill-conceived, it was ill-thought out, and it in fact has not been effective in reducing crime. Mr. Speaker, as you may know, I serve on the Public Safety Committee. I served on the Public Safety Committee in the last Parliament when the private member's bill sponsored by the member for Portage-Lisgar was before our committee. And I had the opportunity of examining in some detail the then president of the Canadian Police Association, Mr. Charles Mummy. And Mr. Mummy came to the committee to tell us that abolishing the long gun registry was going to be a huge mistake, that it was a critical tool in the arsenal of the police toolkit. But when pushed on that issue, he admitted to me that the police cannot and do not rely on the long gun registry. And I will tell you why he admitted that. When asked, when police respond to an incident and they do a long gun registry search, or they do a registry search, if it shows that there are no registered weapons at that residence, can they safely assume that there are no weapons? And the answer is, of course not. They have to go in hoping for the best, but being prepared for the worst. So they don't rely on it when it shows that there are no weapons registered at that residence. And I asked him a second hypothetical. What happens if their long gun registry search shows there are, in fact, 2 weapons at that residence? And you go in and you find 2 weapons and you take them out of play. Does that mean you now have a safe crime seat and you can assume there is not a 3rd or 4th weapon? And he answered, of course not. You always have to assume that there are additional hazards and additional perils at that scene, notwithstanding that the registry said there were 2 weapons and you found 2 weapons. So we got two examples, one where there was a negative result from a registry search and one where there was a positive result, and in neither circumstance did the police actually rely on the data. So we know that police do not and cannot rely on the long gun registry. We know that it does nothing to deter crime under the very, very simple premise that criminals do not register their weapons. So the third part of my test, Mr. Speaker, regarding whether or not whether there's an appropriate legislative or registration response to a problem is the cost effectiveness. And you will recall, Mr. Speaker, that the original estimate for Bill 68, the Long Gun Registry, was $2 million. Now, that doesn't sound like a large sum of money to promote a legitimate goal, as I identified, which was to reduce violence against women, reduce gun violence generally. But as you know, Mr. Speaker, $2 million was a gross underestimate of the actual cost. And what, was the estimate out by a margin of 10 or a margin of 100? No, Mr. Speaker. It was out by a margin of 1,000. This long gun registry has cost taxpayers $2 billion. And it has done nothing and can do nothing to deter crime or prevent guns from falling into the hands of criminals. Police have told us, although chiefs of police like to say that they're in favor of the long gun registry, but when pushed to ask if they would, if in a world of finite resources, would they prefer more boots on the ground or would they prefer a long gun registry, they always answer they would prefer resources for something other than the long gun registry. So on that test, the long gun registry fails. It is not an effective response to a legitimate goal. It is not a cost-effective response to a legitimate goal. I am proud to stand up in this House and be a part of a Conservative government that is actually going to put an end to this train wreck from the beginning. And I think the liberty of individual law-abiding farmers, hunters, fishermen, trappers will be preserved. And I encourage all honourable members to vote in favour of Bill C-19. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question and commentaire.
Questions and comments.
Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his intervention. I've seen him at work at committee, at Justice Committee, and he's always very factual and to the point. And I guess my question, I've heard many of his colleagues stand up today and say, I intend to keep my promise to abolish the registry. Over and over, I intend to keep my promise. And so my question to my honourable colleague is, what about the promise to actually do something about crime in our communities? What about the promise that the Conservatives made, I think it was in 2005, but I will stand corrected if I have the date wrong, in 2005 when they pledged, as part of their platform, that they would put 1,000 RCMP police officers on the ground, 2,500 municipal police officers on the ground. They had a whole campaign about boots on the ground. So what about the promise to actually do that and actually make our communities safer? This is not about keeping a promise, as we all know. This is about pure ideology, and I'd like to hear an answer from my colleague. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton St. Albert.
I'd like to thank very much the question from the honourable member from Halifax. I always enjoy a good debate with her. She is always prepared and always comes bringing her A game. With respect to the question, with respect to the question, I will keep my promise, and I promise to abolish the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry. And with respect to our other promise, with respect to we're going to do something to fight crime, perhaps the honourable member is familiar with a bill that's before the Justice Committee called C-10, which is a comprehensive piece of legislation that includes 9 pieces of legislation from the former Parliament, which we were not able to get through that minority Parliament, and it deals with a variety of minimum mandatory sentences for individuals that grow drugs and sell them to children and sell them near schoolyards, and deals with some sexual offences against children. It's a great bill, and I encourage you to support it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for Edmonton St. Albert for his presentation. I even tweeted it because I haven't heard anyone in the House of Commons put out that as a libertarian at the beginning of a statement. I found that riveting. I'm looking for an answer about. I can see your. I appreciate the honourable member's enthusiasm. I'm baffled in this debate because whenever a member of the opposition says, look, the police chiefs of Canada voted unanimously that they find the long gun registry useful. And whenever anyone in the opposition says, look, the RCMP Commissioner, William Elliott, sent a report to the government, August 27th, 2010, in which he said the firearms registration is a critical component of our entire firearms program. And further, that report said it was cost-effective and efficient. And the response from government members tends to be that we've made these up, that they didn't really happen, but these reports stand. And I ask the honourable member to explain how it is that the institution of the RCMP and the institution of the Police Chiefs of Canada have supported the registry, and yet the government members say it isn't useful for them.
Honourable member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Well, I had the opportunity to examine Chief Blair on this very issue when he appeared before the Public Safety Committee on its examination of C-391, the private members bill in the last Parliament. And no doubt Chief Blair does support the long gun registry and has his reasons for doing so. But I would submit to the honourable member that he does not speak for the entirety of the chiefs of police across Canada. He does speak for the association because he is the president. But the honourable member will no doubt know, or should know, that quite a number of chiefs broke ranks, although there was considerable political pressure for them not to break ranks. But for example, Chief Rick Hansen from the city of Calgary came to the committee, and he did not share Chief Blair's advocacy for the long gun registry. And I think if you ask chiefs generally in a world of finite resources where they have to choose between, for example, more boots on the ground or an ineffective long gun registry, they'll answer they want resources diverted elsewhere. If you just ask them straight out about the long gun registry, they'll probably give you a positive response. But if you ask them to rank it vis-a-vis other more effective resources, you'll get a very different response.
Time for a very short question and response. The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
I'm going to make it as short as I can, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned earlier that I was in the Public Accounts meeting when the Auditor General talked about the flawed nature of the data. Just want to ask the member, there's a perception that an officer actually inquires on the long gun registry every time, but it's actually a computer program, and there are a number of checks when they do a CPEC check. But what data can be relied on? Just want to ask the member if he knows about licensing and that data that's available all the time.
The honourable member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Yes, the honourable member raises a good point. And yes, the registration information is inherently unreliable, and it's searched thousands of times a day simply by a CPIC search when a motor vehicle is pulled over on a routine stop. The licensing information is much more accurate. Nothing in this bill changes the licensing regime. Individuals who want to purchase firearms or ammunition are still going to have a license, and that information is much more accurate and much more effective in the hands of law enforcement. I thank the honourable member for his question.
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Members' business. Debate at second reading of Bill C-300, Federal Framework for Suicide Prevention Act, standing in the name of Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht, seconded by Mrs. Davidson, moves that Bill C-300, an act respecting a federal framework for suicide prevention, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to begin our discussion regarding Bill C-300, an act respecting a federal framework for suicide prevention. I want to thank the member for Toronto Centre for dedicating an opposition day to this important issue, and the member for Halifax for raising this issue in 2 consecutive parliaments. I thank them for ensuring that this very political issue did not become partisan. In that spirit, I use the word discussion rather than debate, Mr. Speaker, because I'm convinced that this House is eager to take action on the national tragedy that suicide represents. Mr. Speaker, I also want to acknowledge the important contribution of the Canadian Association for Suicide Prevention and the Executive Director, Mr. Tim Wall, President Dami Elbach, and Dr. Adrian Hill. Also special thanks to Mr. Rory Butler of Your Life Counts, as well as Tana Nash and the Waterloo Region Suicide Prevention Council, and Dr. Anton Lenners, psychologist and suicide researcher. Each of these individuals and groups have contributed to my work, and I thank them for their efforts in suicide prevention. I want to also acknowledge the 20 members who have added their formal support for Bill C-300 by attaching their names as seconders of this bill. Members from all parties in this House have voiced their support formally and informally, and I'm grateful, as it signals that long-awaited action is in fact imminent. I believe that all members will want this bill to quickly move on to committee for further study, where any possible improvements can be incorporated into Bill C-300 before it's returned to this House for final approval. The sooner this bill receives royal assent, the better for all Canadians. This will be the first small but very crucial step in providing additional hope for those who have worked in the trenches doing this noble work for years and years, often with far too little coordination, too few resources, and a lack of federal leadership and vision. For far too long, Mr. Speaker, there's been a call for some strategic national leadership and unifying coordination of the great efforts of many community groups all across Canada, suicide prevention groups that have been key in identifying and addressing the risk factors related to suicide. They've also worked within communities, schools, commercial companies, and families to provide support and care for those left to deal with the burden of grief. Bill C-300 establishes the requirement for the Government of Canada to develop a federal framework for suicide prevention in consultation with the relevant non-governmental organizations, the relevant entity in each province and territory, as well as with the relevant federal departments. Mr. Speaker, in Canada, far too many lives are lost each year to suicide, almost 4,000. Over 10 Canadian lives are ended each day, prematurely and tragically, leaving behind broken communities and shattered family dreams. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among Canadian youth aged 10 to 24. In my home area of Waterloo Region, 3 youths lost their lives to suicide in just one single week last year. Suicide has a horrific impact: shortened lives, shattered dreams, grieving families, devastated friends, and broken communities. We need to do more to protect this sacred gift of human life. And I believe that all human life is sacred. I will stand for the protection and preservation of the dignity of all human life well after others may have decided that a specific life is no longer worth the extra effort, the extra care, or the extra protection in late senior years. My convictions and beliefs as they relate to this issue of life, without a doubt, have been shaped by my life's journey. I was elected to Parliament in January of 2006. I have the honour of representing the great people of Kitchener-Conestoga. Throughout these past 5 years plus, I have had the honour of meeting some incredible people from all sides of this House, many of whom have become very close friends. One of the most welcoming and encouraging MPs I met in those early days would often take time to say, "Great job," or "This 2006 class of MPs is exceptional," or "Hey, I know where you could find this," or "Here's someone who could help you with that." Dave Batters was positive, he was an encourager, and he was fun to be around. Our Prime Minister spoke at his memorial service about Dave's many contributions. Quote, "Dave held a place in all our hearts. To his wife and family, he was a loving and beloved husband, son, and brother. To his friends, he was unfailing, loyal, generous, and caring. And among his colleagues in Parliament, myself included, he was greatly admired for his dedication to his constituents, our party, and our country. In my experience, no one on either side of the aisle ever had a bad word to say about Dave. His passion for the causes he embraced was combined with respect for his opponents. Dave was always excited about whatever issue or initiative he was working on. His energy and enthusiasm were infectious. He had a good sense of humor. He lifted spirits, inspired others. In fact, I used to tell my staff that I wished I could match Dave Batters' liveliness and optimism." End of quote from our Prime Minister. So, Mr. Speaker, you can imagine my shock and disbelief and the shock of my colleagues when we heard the tragic news that Dave Batters, MP, had lost his life to suicide. How could it be that someone so full of life could lose hope when he seemed to be enjoying life so much, including his role as Member of Parliament? What brought about that deep sense of despair? Well, Mr. Speaker, these are bigger questions than I'm prepared to answer. Suicide and its causes are extremely complex, and the solutions are also not simple. But these big questions bring me back to another question. Why did I run for public office in the first place? Mr. Speaker, the reason I ran for public office, like I'm sure every member in this House, was to do my part to make this great country of Canada an even better country for my children and for my grandchildren. Hear, hear. My family, my community, my life experiences here in Canada and internationally have all shaped my worldview. My faith journey as a Christian informs me that as humans, we have the imprint of our Creator deeply embedded within each and every one of us, regardless of social status, educational achievements, ethnic background, gender, color of skin, so-called disability issues, age, and the list of the glorious variety placed within human race could go on and on. But we are brothers and sisters. So as it relates to the tragic premature loss of life, what steps can we take to restore hope to those who are in despair? What can we do to improve the support mechanisms for those who are dealing with acute and chronic mental health challenges, or for those who have simply lost hope? What leadership can Parliament or the Government of Canada provide? I am certain that everyone in this chamber can tell of how they or their family member in their community has been negatively impacted by suicide. Each of us knows someone whose sense of hope was overcome by despair and ended their life by suicide. And we understand that suicide does not end the pain. It simply transfers it to family, friends, and community. There is no way to calculate the loss to families, to our communities, and to our country. It's estimated that for every suicide, there are 22 emergency department visits and 5 hospitalizations for suicide-related behavior, a huge economic cost that must be considered. But more important than the economic cost, think of the thousands of families robbed of loved ones long before their time. These losses deprive our communities and our country of the important contributions that those lives who were ended prematurely could have made. 4,000 times each year, we suffer a tragic loss of human potential. Suicide is a triumph of fear and the loss of hope. Suicide is most often the result of pain, hopelessness, and despair, and it's almost always preventable through caring, compassion, commitment, and community. In the first paragraph of the preamble to Bill C-300, you will find the following words, quote, "Whereas suicide is a complex problem involving biological, psychological, social, and spiritual factors, and can be influenced by societal attitudes and conditions," and it goes on from there, "it is widely recognized that in many cases there may be biological or psychological or physiological factors related to chemical balances and imbalances which lead to mood disorders. The Canadian Mental Health Association of Ontario states, quote, "People with mood disorders are at a particularly high risk of suicide. Some studies indicate that more than 90% of suicide victims have a diagnosable psychiatric illness, and suicide is the most common cause of death for people with schizophrenia." End of quote. Social factors also may be a contributor to higher suicide rates. As we know, Mr. Speaker, the suicide rate among Aboriginal youth is 5 to 7 times higher than among non-Aboriginal youth. Along with the biological, psychological, and spiritual factors, there are some key social factors that are having an impact on these high suicide rates. The National Aboriginal Youth Suicide Prevention Strategy was launched by Health Canada in 2005. It's a 5-year strategy developed in full partnership with the Assembly of First Nations and Inuit Tapiri Kenatemi, with an investment of $65 million to establish community-based, culturally appropriate levels of prevention. Specific focus was placed on promotion of life and well-being. Budget 2010 added $75 million to expand this program up to 2015. Evidence is accumulating that when Aboriginal communities, including Inuit communities, design their own interventions, typically based on traditional cultural values and practices, the efficacy of these interventions is high. So there is hope, Mr. Speaker, but much more needs to be done. We need to offer hope to those who are facing this unbearable pain and who subsequently descend into a state of hopelessness and despair. I've touched briefly on the possible biological, psychological, and cultural factors that may affect suicidal behavior, but there's another key factor that far too often is ignored. Professor Margaret Somerville of McGill University has said, quote, "Hope is dependent on having a sense of connection to the future, even if that future is very short-term. Hope is the oxygen of the human spirit. Without it, the spirit dies." End of quote. Hope. Hope, a sense of connection to the future. Hope, the emotional state which promotes the belief in a positive outcome related to events and circumstances in one's life. Hope, a belief that life's events will turn out for the best. Each of us can relate to the importance of having hope in our lives. That hope might be very short-term, like getting through grade 5, or graduating from high school, or getting your driver's license for the first time, or even the upcoming weekend trip. For people of faith, a longer-term hope, in fact, an eternal hope, is ours because of our belief in the reality of the resurrection. A colleague in this House recently used the phrase, quote, "death shall have no dominion," end of quote, crediting it to Dylan Thomas. In fact, this phrase finds its origin in the Scriptures, in the book of Romans, chapter 6, verse 9, in the context of Christ's victory over death, a victory offered to each of us. Mr. Speaker, I have a strong hope of seeing my grandchildren in a few hours when I travel home for the weekend. Over the next number of years, I hope to see my grandchildren graduate from elementary and secondary school. I hope to see my grandchildren get married and develop strong families. I hope to see each of them contribute to the building of a stronger and better Canada. My ultimate hope, however, is in the reality that I will again see my wife Betty, who left this earth almost 6 months ago. These smaller and shorter hopes and the longer-term hope remind us of the many joys in life. But for those struggling with life, and perhaps struggling with suicidal thoughts, these sources of hope have dimmed, or perhaps been lost altogether. How can each of us make a difference? How can we help? Mr. Speaker, the very fact that this discussion is happening in this House of Commons in Canada is a huge step forward. It is time to break the silence. Too many Canadians are in the dark about this issue. A recent survey by Harris Decima, conducted on behalf of Your Life Counts, found that 86% of Canadians did not know that suicide was the second leading cause of death among our youth. Over one-third thought it was a small problem or not a problem at all. Over 96% of respondents stated that in order to reduce suicide, the topic should be freely discussed without fear or shame. An overwhelming 84% believe that government should invest in suicide prevention. Mr. Speaker, suicide is obviously a mental health issue, but it is so much more than that. Suicide is a public health issue affecting all Canadians. All of us, including all levels of government, need to do our part to face this issue head-on, to work with communities across Canada, to all that we can, to relieve the mental, emotional, and spiritual pain of those who are in despair and who are struggling with suicidal thoughts, so we can keep them alive and safe. A national framework for suicide prevention will create the connections, promote the consistent use of best practices, offer hope, and send a clear message that this issue matters and it is important, that every life is important. By working together, we can and we will make a difference. Mr. Speaker, there is already lots of great work being done in suicide prevention across this country. But with some federal vision, federal coordination, and federal leadership, we can do better for vulnerable Canadians. I ask all honourable members of this House to please support Bill C-300 in order to make that happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I am indeed honoured to be the first recognized in what I am sure will be a fairly long list of members of Parliament who wish to congratulate the member for Kitchener-Conestoga for his leadership on this issue, for bringing forward this bill. I'm very proud to look forward to being able to vote for it. I commend you, and all I would like to ask is if you can set out further the really critical role for mental health strategies that are so severely lacking, particularly for our youth.
Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague. She actually called and wanted to second the bill, and unfortunately we already had 20 seconders. So I do thank her sincerely for her strong support. I think at the basis of this bill, and if you take time to read the preamble and then the number of points that are within the bill, what we're asking for clearly is simply some coordination, some national leadership, some sharing of best practices. We all in our communities, I'm sure, have great community groups already doing excellent work. But without exception, they're calling out for some national leadership, some national visions, for the resources to help them do their job even better. So if we can get some of the research that's already being done and research that will be commissioned out of the classroom into the hands of people who are actually doing the work in the trenches, I think that's a good thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, and I do commend the honourable member for his initiatives on C300. I have to admit a certain fondness for that name and a fondness for the member as well. I and our party will be supporting this bill, so I don't think that there's really, from that standpoint, much of a discussion about the issues. But I wanted to get a little bit into his vision of what this bill in his ideal version would accomplish. He talks, or the bill talks about, designates the appropriate entity to establish best practices, do education, things of that nature. So in his ideal vision of how this bill would roll out over time, what would he actually see it as, both from an organizational standpoint, but also from a best practices, best purposes standpoint?
Or Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments and for his support as well. Within the bill, again, we tried to be careful to craft this bill in a way, first of all, that would not enter into jurisdictions that are not the federal government's jurisdiction, to give latitude so that whichever entity, and quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I'm assuming it will be Health Canada. That will be the entity that this is referred to. But I don't want to presume that, nor do I want to presume, Mr. Speaker, that Health Canada will necessarily set up an agency within themselves to do this work. But if we're giving them the freedom to do this, there's lots of great work already has been done by Health Canada, and we need to acknowledge that. But by bringing these groups together that are already doing the work within Health Canada, we got too many different groups within our government, not just as related to suicide prevention, but too often the silos of information are not being shared. And I think by sharing those across jurisdictional lines and within Health Canada, we'll have a better approach to move forward.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Mr. Speaker, we have heard in the news, and the honourable member mentioned in his speech, some of the people, or people from his riding, some people right here in Ottawa, people who felt that they were different, and that people were discriminating against them, bullying them because they were different, whether they were different. Whether it was the place they went to worship, the color of their skin, doesn't matter why. And I wonder if the member can make some comments with regard to how we as each individual, I know he said we all have a responsibility in his speech, but some of the things that we might be able to do in a proactive way or in a mentoring way as leaders in our community, as members of Parliament, or just as average citizens. And I wonder if he could comment on that.
Member for Kitchener-Conestoga, a short response, please.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for the question. I think I mentioned it in my speech, the very fact that this discussion is happening is actually a big piece of that. Each of us work with people one-on-one here in this House and in your previous employment, and we need to have our eyes open and our ears open to hear what is happening. But too often there's a stigma, there's a silence, there's a secrecy surrounding suicide. And I could reference some people that I've come into contact with. A friend who said that his aunt died of suicide. But even the adult children of that aunt are not talking. They don't know about that she committed suicide. So anything we can do to have a greater degree of openness to discuss it. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the widow of the late Dave Batters for her openness in discussing this issue frankly and clearly, and not only being willing to discuss it, but doing great initiatives to actually promote suicide prevention initiatives across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pontiac.
Speaker, it is at times like these that we realize what incredible responsibility we have as members of Parliament, when we feel compelled to speak about an issue as important and as complex and difficult as suicide. It is also at times like these that we are most impelled to speak from the heart. Despite centuries of knowledge on the problem of suicide and various attempts to address the issue, it remains a persistent phenomenon, one which we cannot seem to tackle effectively. Perhaps it is the depth of the question which escapes us, and makes it difficult for us to find concrete solutions. For suicide, perhaps unlike any other problem, condemns our society and culture. As Albert Camus once wrote, following upon the atrocities of the Second World War and the loss of faith in human nature this entailed, il n'y a qu'un problème philosophique.
There is no philosophical problem that is, or if there is a really serious philosophical problem, it is suicide.
On the question of suicide, I agree with this sentiment. Having seen those close to me grapple with depression and social exclusion, and having been good friends as a teenager with a person who attempted suicide several times, it is difficult for me to see suicide as anything but a failure of the very social fabric of our society. We are social beings, after all, and the suicide of one is the failure of all. A collective failure to tolerate and to forgive, a failure to accept those that feel and are different, and those that struggle under the ravages of mental illness and the stigma associated to it. But above all, a collective failure to love. It is hard not to come to the conclusion that over the centuries of awareness of this problem, that we as elected officials have been afraid to look into this problem. Perhaps it is because it entails taking a very long and very difficult look at ourselves and our immense fear of death. But as an elected politician, I am here to say, and add my voice, that we are the representatives of those contemplating suicide as much as we are the representatives of any other Canadians. And we have the responsibility to speak out and act. Our shared humanity compels us to act, whether it be in our families, social circles, or ridings. It is truly sad that evidence continues to point to the failures of our inability to act. The suicide rate for Canadians, as measured by the WHO, continues to hover around 15 per 100,000 people. Populations at an increased risk of suicide include Aboriginals, youth, the elderly, inmates in correctional facilities, people with mental illness, and those who have previously attempted suicide. In
Canada, today, there are over 100,000 Canadians who have committed suicide over the last 10 years. 10 suicides a day and more than 3,500 suicides per year. In Quebec, the Public Health Department said that 1,300 people in Quebec alone committed suicide in 2008. And the 15 to 24-year-olds are the most at-risk group. Even with an improvement over the last few years, the rate in Quebec is a problem at 13%. It proves that, and it is the same thing in Greece and Italy and the United States. Every day, 3 people commit suicide in Quebec. In 2009, there were 1,069 people who died because committing suicide, not including those who attempted suicide. Suicide is the 3rd leading cause of death in those 24 to 49 years old. With Aboriginal populations, it's even worse. It's 4 to 6 times higher among young Aboriginals than in non-Aboriginals. The suicide rate is more than 10 times higher with the Inuit than anywhere else in Canada. And the suicide rate for 15 to 24-year-old men is 28 times higher in Nunavut than the national average. This is shameful, Mr. Speaker, completely shameful. The need to act is the main reason why I have supported this motion for a national prevention strategy framework with all my heart, and that I wish to make this speech today, and I support the bill of my honorable colleague with all my heart today. I congratulate him for having chosen to act, and I offer him all of my assistance in these efforts to fight against suicide.
The light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehendeth it not. It does not consume it. Darkness is but the absence of light, and as children of that light and of its hope, I must believe that we can always choose to move towards it.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is possible to prevent suicide. We must work together to do so. As elected members, we must come to the assistance of these people through prevention programs and treatment programs in all communities. Prevention of suicide is something that concerns us all. We have to raise awareness in the population and encourage people to come to the assistance of people and not to judge those who are suffering. Several initiatives have been created over the last few years in this country, like the establishment of a national call center for seniors for looking for assistance, and also initiatives for Aboriginal populations. But we need a national strategy to offer services across the country. Everywhere in Canada there are people such as working at TELED in my riding who are dedicated to helping prevent suicide, and I hope to really emphasize the excellent work that they are doing. We know that just being able to talk to somebody at the right time can make all the difference in the world. But it is also shameful that these efforts are often underfunded, as well as being fragmented and not coordinated. The federal government must act. For example, we have to recognize officially that suicide is a major health problem and a public health priority in Canada. We have to fund and coordinate a major initiative that is effective to help deal with suicide and prevent it. We have to systematically identify the shortcomings of services across Canada. We have to promote dialogue and information sharing between different levels of government and different stakeholders, and also we have to oversee what the trends are and establish national guidelines to improve practices. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like Stendhal to hope to see that the tears are just something that comes with the greatest of smiles, and to see improvements with our civilization. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's once again an honor to rise and talk about this subject. The last time I spoke about this subject was on October the 4th, and I spoke not only about the statistics and the facts of suicide in this country, but also I related a personal story, as did many members in this House over that, what I would describe as one of the more extraordinary days that we've had here. It became clear to me after that day, as I reflected on it and was literally inundated by telephone calls and emails and personal approaches, that this was a subject matter that the Canadian public was ready to have their elected representatives talk about. And so I want to commend my honourable colleague from Kitchener-Conestoga for keeping this conversation alive. I think he's made a really good initiative. I hope we don't get lost in the weeds, but I think that as an initiative, it's about as carefully a thought-out initiative as it can be at this stage. So I hope that this bill will go forward, and I hope that when it does go to committee, that it'll receive some thoughtful reflection. I was approached, I don't know how many times after that speech, Mr. Speaker, after October the 4th, and colleagues who, I only know in a peripheral sort of way would come up to me after it, and the pattern of the speech was, or the conversation was, I want to commend you for the courage you showed in speaking, and then they would get into their own personal story. And almost without exception, the stories were heartbreaking, really heartbreaking. One colleague, said to him, "What's your story?" He said, "I lost my wife to suicide 20 years ago." Another colleague in the other place lost a son to suicide. I was standing in the lineup at the local LCBO and paying for my wine purchase for the weekend, and the lady tapped me on the shoulder and said, "I saw your speech," and she went on to tell me her story. So, these cameras and these speeches actually can have impact, and I think that the honourable member is appropriate in bringing this forward and trying to do some form of legislative response, which hopefully will, if you will, move the ball forward. Other colleagues have talked about the impact on individual populations, whether it's gay youth or Aboriginals or young people, and each story is very discouraging. And how to reach into that darkness of those who have suicidal ideation is really quite a challenge. And I don't know what the answer to that challenge will be, but with this initiative, there is some possibility that those who attempt suicide, and apparently there's 100 attempts for every successful suicide, quote unquote, put successful in quotation marks, maybe there's some means by which we can enter into the mind of the person who's contemplating that. I was extremely touched by a pastor friend of mine who talked about the 13 suicides that he's officiated at, and 2 of which he literally cut down the body, and some of which he had been counseling up to somewhere in the order of 3 hours prior to the death of the individual. There's not a person in this room, and I dare say there's not a person that's watching this debate who's not, in some manner or another, been affected by suicide. And I think we actually have moved forward. I was raised in a generation where if Uncle so-and-so died in a strange and mysterious circumstances, it would be described to particularly the children as something other than a suicide. And I think we have actually moved off that point, and we actually have made some progress. And it may be that the member from Kitchener-Conestoga will be part of moving us to that next stage where we destigmatize, which I think is good, but to get to beyond destigmatization, so we actually try to bring the rates of suicide down, not only for the general population, but for discrete populations as well. And I think whatever we can do in that respect will be worthwhile for us as legislators. And there are limitations on what you can do in the form of legislation or regulations, but it's certainly an improvement over doing nothing. And I want to commend the honourable member for this initiative. I did ask a question earlier with respect to his vision of how he sees this operating. I appreciated his answer that he's not entirely sure how this will roll out as a form of legislation, as a government response to legislation. I think he shows a certain openness, and I hope the government in turn shows a certain openness to his initiative. But from my side and for my party, I would encourage the government to be very open with this piece of legislation, that there be a level of collaboration which is not frequently seen here, and hopefully the the consequence of that collaboration could be the best possible legislative / regulatory / financial response that we could have to this plague on our society, this blight on our society. It is hugely ironic, Mr. Speaker, that we as a wealthy, well-developed, well-educated populace have the third highest suicide rate in the industrial world. It doesn't seem to be quite right. So something is not something is not good in this country, and I commend the honourable member for his initiative and pointing that out to us. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not actually going to run through the clock. I do want to again thank the honourable member, and he can count on me and our party for whatever support that we can offer him as he goes through this legislative process. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-300, an act respecting a federal framework for suicide prevention put forward by the Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga. I am also pleased to have the opportunity to provide some insight into the context surrounding suicide prevention and to highlight some of the efforts underway. Mr. Speaker, suicide has devastating impacts on families and communities across the country. In Canada, suicide is the 10th leading cause of death overall. Approximately 3,600 Canadians commit suicide every year. Among Canadians aged 15 to 24, it is the second leading cause of death, and at-risk groups face disproportionately higher rates than the rest of the country. Along with the enormous life-changing toll this takes on families and communities, it impacts every one of us directly or indirectly. For example, the economic cost of suicide and related behaviour in Canada is estimated at over $2.4 billion per year, Mr. Speaker. Recently, several high-profile cases have brought significant media attention to this issue, including here in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know of the complexities of suicide, and they want to hear that we're acting collaboratively with communities, governments, health professionals, the private sector, and many others. They want us to help ensure the resources are there, awareness is being raised, and the information on prevention, treatment, and coping is being shared. This is where we can make a difference. And these are the reasons why today I'm pleased to speak to the bill put forward by the Honourable Member from Kitchener-Conestoga and thank him for his tireless work to bring the issue of suicide prevention out of the shadows. Colleagues, as you know, this bill seeks to establish a federal framework for suicide prevention. It calls for a framework to recognize that suicide, in addition to being a mental health issue, is a public health issue, and as such, is a health and safety priority. The framework would guide and strengthen coordination of existing Government of Canada suicide prevention efforts. It would promote collaboration and coherence, guide our engagement with many partners, including provinces and territories, and help inform potential future initiatives. It would also serve as a reporting tool for more systematic documentation and tracking of related current federal actions and investments. Further, federal work on each of the elements of the framework will help support the multiple stakeholders across Canada to optimize their efforts. The baseline information, best practices, and research results generated will help ensure that the most effective interventions and services are provided to Canadians. And it recognizes that the prevention of suicide is complex and, like so many other health issues, cannot be addressed within the health portfolio alone. The bill provides a solid rationale why we must harness the great work happening across the country. Many schools and communities across Canada are helping to raise awareness about the stigma of mental illness, initiating programs to prevent bullying and provide counseling and support for at-risk populations. Provinces and territories are also carrying out programs to strengthen individual resilience and self-esteem and improve mental health. Nunavut's suicide prevention strategy, New Brunswick's Connecting to Life strategy, and the 10-year plans established in Alberta and British Columbia are just a few examples. Countless others are providing new means of counseling, services, awareness raising, and other activities for the workplace, for schools, for the community, and for individuals. The Government of Canada is also a full partner and participant in suicide prevention. It invests in a number of programs designed to build positive mental health and address the underlying factors that can affect mental health and potentially lead to suicide. For example, the government is very proud to provide funding of $130 million over 10 years to establish and support the Mental Health Commission of Canada. The initiatives of the Commission include the development of a mental health strategy for Canada, a knowledge exchange centre, and an anti-stigma campaign entitled Opening Minds. Several federal departments and agencies also support and disseminate leading-edge research on mental health and suicide, including Health Canada, the Public Health Agency of Canada, and the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, among many others. The Public Health Agency of Canada is investing $27 million over the next 4 years to support 9 large-scale mental health promotion initiatives in over 50 communities across Canada. And Budget 2010 provided $75 million until 2015 to expand the National Aboriginal Suicide Prevention Strategy. But, Mr. Speaker, we can work and are working together in a more collaborative way within government to ensure that our actions are guided as coherently and efficiently as possible. For this reason, the creation of a framework, which Bill C-300 proposes, is an important next step in this battle. It will report on progress being made and outline concrete measures that can improve the state of mental health. After all, the federal family is complex and involves activities related to the health of many populations. For example, the RCMP and Canadian Forces are directly responsible for the health of their members. Health Canada is responsible for the promotion of health for First Nations peoples living on reserve, as well as Inuit populations in the north. And Veterans Affairs provides services and support for veterans who have performed active service in a war. By contrast, there are other departments whose actions provide guidance to Canadians as a whole. The Public Health Agency of Canada, for example, is responsible for providing public health guidance and coordinates health promotion and chronic disease prevention with complementary activities of individual provinces and territories. Research on mental health and compilation of mental health statistics is conducted by myriad federal players, including the Canadian Institutes for Health Information, the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, the Public Health Agency of Canada, and Statistics Canada. With a topic as big, broad, and complex as the prevention of suicide, it would make sense that these departments and agencies come together, share information, and ensure their approach to this issue has the benefit of shared expertise, best practices, and lessons learned. It requires that the Government of Canada assume responsibility for 6 main activities. First, in providing guidelines to improve public awareness and knowledge about suicide. Second, in disseminating information about suicide, including information concerning its prevention. Third, in making publicly available existing statistics about suicide and related risk factors. Fourth, in promoting collaboration and knowledge exchange across domains, sectors, regions, and jurisdictions. I want to elaborate on this for a moment. We will be undertaking this in the very near term. I raise this because it gets to the core of why we are all here, to ensure a collective and coordinated effort across Canada. The fifth recommendation lies in defining best practices for the prevention of suicide, and finally, in promoting the use of research and evidence-based practices for the prevention of suicide. Mr. Speaker, we are in agreement with the spirit of Bill C-300 that collectively we can and must and will do more. Again, thank you to the honourable member from Kitchener-Conestoga for his dedication and passion in bringing this bill to the House. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to doing more, and we encourage people to talk about suicide and mental health concerns with loved ones or with health professionals. We hope no one suffers in silence.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to offer my support for Bill C-300, a federal framework for suicide prevention. The NDP commends the member for Kitchener-Conestoga for having tabled this bill. For years now, the NDP has been calling on the government to develop a national suicide prevention strategy. It's encouraging to see the Conservative government bring forward a bill which deals with this serious problem of suicide at the national level. The issue of suicide is particularly concerning to me. I cannot forget the recent suicide of Jamie Hubley, a young 16-year-old gay boy who was bullied by his peers. As a member of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender caucus of the NDP, I was proud to hear our critic on these matters, Randall Garrison, member for Esquimalt, speak in the House on October 20th on Spirit Day.
2010 by Canadian teenager Brittany McMillan to remember the LGBT questioning youth lost to suicide. Spirit Day is also a time to rally governments and institutions nationwide to denounce homophobic bullying, which is a major contributor to these tragic losses. En Gaspésie,
in the Gaspésie, this problem has many faces, and each year, dozens of families and children are left in mourning. These situations are even more saddening than they are often cloaked in guilt and silence.
Gaspésie-La-Madeleine, the suicide rate per 100,000 people is 25.2. This is far above the Quebec average, which is 15. Selon le portrait...
According to a statistical status report on suicide in the Gaspésie-de-la-Madeleine, a document published in 2009 by the Health and Social Services Agency of Gaspésie-de-la-Madeleine, I quote, the Gaspésie-de-la-Madeleine region has one of the highest rates of suicide in Quebec. The regional rate is 64% higher than the provincial one. According to 2003-2007 statistics, men in the region have a significantly higher mortality rate than the provincial rate. According to the most recent data, regional hospitalization rates for attempted suicide is significantly higher than the provincial rate. Following an increase in suicide rates observed in the 1990s, there has been a drop in the provincial rates since the early 2000s. However, a study tracking changes in suicide rates in Gaspésie-de-la-Madeleine shows a different picture, and very worrisome picture for the region. There seems to be an increase, a constant increase in the rates of suicide in the region. This rise since the middle 1990s is mainly attributable to the hike in mortality among men. Looking at the 5-year period between 1983 and 2007, we see that the rate for men significantly increased during this period. For instance, suicide rates for men in the region went from 25.4 per 100,000 people in 1988-1992 to 38.1 per 100,000 people between 2003 and 2007. Suicide affects all segments of society, but there are several groups that for social, economic, and personal reasons have a substantially higher rate of suicide and should be directly targeted by a national suicide prevention strategy. Among them, Aboriginal peoples, the youth, specifically young men, people with a disability, victims of abuse, seniors, people with serious mental illnesses, lesbians, gays, bisexual individuals, and transgendered individuals.
Conestoga for bringing this bill forward and recognizing that suicide is a medical issue that needs to be dealt with nationally. It is also true that suicide is much more than a medical issue. It's a social and economic issue as well. In fact, a recent study by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention concludes that suicide rates rise and fall with the economy. In tough economic times, suicide rates go up as people lose their jobs and often their homes. According to the study published in the American Journal of Public Health in 2011, the overall suicide rate generally rose in recessions like the Great Depression, at the end of the New Deal, the oil crisis of 73-75, and the double dip recession of 1980-82. The suicide rate fell in expansions like the World War II period, and the longest expansion period, 1991 to 2001, in which the economy experienced the fastest growth and the lowest unemployment. If we want to keep people from falling through the cracks, we need to make sure they have decent jobs and good government services. My riding is made up of dozens of small towns and villages. Because there are no large cities in the region, residents don't have access to all the social and economic supports and services available to city dwellers. The government services we do have are crucial to our well-being. Federal government services and programs like those offered by Service Canada and centres and post offices, they're anchors for the communities in the Gaspé and the islands. This is why the NDP is fighting to stop the Conservative government from closing down Service Canada centres in regions like mine. At the New Richmond Service Centre, as many as 30 employees could lose their jobs, delivering essential services to my constituents. Services like employment insurance benefits. Citizens in my riding rely on EI payments to keep food on the table when they are out of work. The Service Canada Centre in New Richmond also provides access to training programs for Aboriginal people, labour market information, disability benefits, pensions, old age security, and job search tools. All these services help keep people from falling through the cracks. They help keep communities intact by making it easier for people to stay in their regions instead of being forced to move to a big city to find work and obtain government services.
Obviously, suicide is a problem for communities in my riding. But it is in fact a national problem. People in distress need the support of their communities and adequate public health resources. Suicide rates in Canada are some of the highest among industrialized countries. In Canada, 10 people commit suicide every day. Over 3,500 people commit suicide every year. Over 100,000 Canadians have killed themselves over the last 20 years. Suicide is the third leading cause of death among people aged 25 to 49. It is the second cause of death among those aged 10 to 24. In Canada, people affected by suicide amount to approximately 3 million people. No segment of Canadian society is immune, and all struggle with the stigmatization related to suicide, depression, drug addiction, and mental illness. Suicide is symptomatic of a community that is not doing well, that is coming up against challenges. This is why all of Canadian society should work together to find a solution to this scourge.
And it is this need to act on a national level that makes Bill C-300 so important. It is a first step in ensuring that Canada has a national strategy for addressing suicide. This bill calls on the Government of Canada to establish a federal framework for suicide prevention that recognizes suicide, in addition to being a mental health issue, is a public health issue, and that as such, it is a health issue and a safety issue priority. This bill ensures that suicide prevention is a national priority and will allow experts to work towards reducing Canada's suicide rate. Given time and the political will, we can move our communities to a place where the factors that can lead to or cause suicide are significantly improved upon. I call on the Conservative government to pass this bill, but I also call on the Conservative members to consider that suicide is more than a mental health problem. It's just as much a problem caused by the weakening of our society and our economy, and it is the Conservative government's responsibility to invest in Canada's economy, to maintain and improve the essential programs and services that all Canadians rely on. Thank you.
Before I call on the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton, I'll have to tell her that I will be needing to interrupt her speech partway through when we get to the half-hour mark, but we'll begin the resuming debate. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, suicide, mental illness and depression have been the topics of several thoughtful and compassionate discussions of late in the House of Commons. And it's an honour for me to participate in this critical discussion today on Bill C-300. Let me first congratulate the honourable member from Kitchener-Conestoga for his leadership on this critical issue. I thank him for his leading role on the Parliamentary Committee on Palliative and Compassionate Care, where he entertained submissions from the Canadian Association for Suicide Prevention. As we've been hearing today, suicide is a tragic issue which affects all Canadians. Sadly, as members of this House know all too well, Aboriginal youth are affected by suicide more than any other group within our society. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to use my allotted time today to address issues within the Aboriginal community. Helping young Aboriginal people, their families and communities as a whole is and must remain an issue of importance to Canadians. Our government has invested in many initiatives that play an important role in improving the quality of life for Aboriginal people. We are building safer, healthier and stronger communities. As a government, we remain committed to working with all partners to help improve Aboriginal health outcomes. As part of our commitment, Budget 2010 allocated $730 million over 5 years to renew Aboriginal health programs. They focus on suicide prevention, diabetes, maternal child health, health service integration, and Aboriginal health human resources. This builds on investments made through Canada's Economic Action Plan to help create and renovate health facilities in First Nations communities. With $135 million in funding over 2 years, we successfully completed 40 major health infrastructure projects and 135 renovation projects to existing infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I see that my time is coming to an end, so I will close there. There are many more things that this government is doing to help Aboriginal youth and to help Aboriginal communities. We will continue to work with our partners to invest in First Nations and Inuit suicide prevention programs in order to support communities, families, and individuals to tackle this complex and wide-reaching issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll have to tell the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton that she will have 7 minutes remaining for her remarks when the House next takes up debate on this piece of legislation. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Comme il est 14
As it is now 2:30 p.m., the House is adjourned until Monday, 11 a.m., pursuant to Section 24(1) of the Standing Orders.